What is a Bassmaster? Does he catch a lot of fish? To answer that question, I think you've got to go bass fishing. If you're serious about becoming a bass fisherman and you have a dream, you'll get that strike and you'll know what it means to be a bass fisherman when you feel that tingle run up your casting arm. You just don't have fisherman's luck. It is experience and something you build on. There's no bigger stage in bass fishing or fishing than the Bassmasters Tournament Trail. It's not anything that you win in a popularity contest. You've got to earn your way there. We are Bassmasters. Hello, I'm Bob Cobb, and this is Bass Live.
Oh boy, is it ever. The Bassmaster Elite Series, the Power Pole Elite from the St. Johns River in Palatka, Florida. Thank you so much, Bob Cobb. That was well put. I think we're all going to get a feel of that tingle today as we go through the very first and most important day of the season. For the Bassmasters, the first day of the season. 9 events to get it going. We're out on the St. Johns River right now. There is Keith Combs, always one of the favorites when we tee it up anywhere, but this is a special place. We've started our season here 4 times before with the Bassmaster Elite Series. The fabulous St. Johns River, biggest river in Florida. Tommy Sanders here with Mark Zona. This is old Florida, wild, beautiful, and full of big bass.
And if you ever start a Bassmaster Live again with Bob Cobb, I'm not kidding. My eyes honestly started to water up right there. And here's the thing, man. Conditions are right. Looking at Bernie Schultz right here. Conditions are right for one of those true collisions. One of those waves of giant bass coming up. We might see that today, Tommy Sanders.
Right, more on that. This was earlier today. Look at that weather, absolutely perfect. Starting a little later to avoid the fog that we usually encounter here. Beautiful, clear skies. And you said it last week when we were watching you fish live. You said everywhere else in the country, these bass love wind and rain and clouds. You come to Florida, this is what they love.
Exactly right. And this time around on the St. Johns River, it is a different playing field. Every time we came here, a lot of our fishermen concentrated on all the eelgrass in here. Hurricanes have basically wiped that factor out of this event. With that being said, there's a couple anglers that said they have stared down a 5 bass limit that potentially is over 40 pounds. We will talk about that.
Hold on there, man.
Yeah,
Hold
easy.
on now.
Don't
Easy.
throw all the stocking stuffers out.
That's right. And there it is, 300 miles long. We're concerning ourselves with about 150 miles of this river here with all its adjacent fisheries as well. Back out live to Keith Combs on the water trying to get something going here on this first day. And when today's over, tomorrow will be the most important day of the season. You only get so many days to make your mark.
That's what's in here right now. Little hybrids. That's probably why the 2 bites that I've missed. That's probably what they were. Oh no, that's a bad start. It's something, it's true, it's something. Don't ever say nothing.
Keith Combs, I believe, told you he's been concentrating main
I'm
river.
doing
Now look,
very
oh
good.
man, 4 at a time, including
that
Drew
much.
Benton. We've seen Cliff Prince and Going to throw some Bernie Schultz in the mix as well.
Exactly right. You can really see the two different game plans. Look at Cliff Prince, Keith Combs, concentrating on the main river.
I'm not too excited about my number 1 hole because there were just too many guys on it. I mean, it might be something to hit late in the day, but this one here is something I want to check again, but I got another place a little bit further downriver. We passed it and there was nobody on it. It's a little bit less obvious, I think. I'm not sure if it has as big a fish as I thought this one did. But the two guys who started here, they went on down south, so they're probably gone for a little while. We can always, you know, this is a thing where you can come back and check it and you can stroke them here. I mean, 2 hours from now, it could be lights out and you catch 20 pounds.
Is this one of those areas where it fish a couple spots and possibly get it, or is it one of those you got to keep refreshing it?
I think if you pull in here and your timing's right, you'll catch a really big limit in no time. And they're probably here right now, but they may be out on the other side of the bar, or you know, or they may not be here. It's hard to tell, and I just, you know, I'm not going to spend a lot of time graphing for them today because I feel like I need to keep a line wet. I mean, I'm fishing all around what I consider the sweet spot, the current break, and you know, I ain't caught a bass yet. Couple little hybrids in here. And I didn't even graph a lot of fish here in practice. I graphed a couple one morning and I threw and I caught a 4-pounder. Then maybe 10 or 15 minutes later, I hooked up again. It was a good fish on a crankbait and it pulled off. And that was it. I was out of here and I was like, this is on the hit list. Obviously the other two guys had gotten bit here sometime this week also. I need this river to produce for me because I don't have fish in the lakes this year. I don't have them found. I'm gonna have to find them today, you know, which it sure is a lot easier to find fish when you got at least five in the live well, something to build on. And I got a place in Rodman, you know, and this is really crazy because that's got to be those little hybrids. The deal with Rodman is you got to go through a lock and run the canal and get in there. And I got one spot. I literally found one offshore hole, and I think it's a good one. You know, and coming through them strappers. But if it's one of them deals where, you know, if you burn an hour to go to Rodman and somebody's on that one spot, it's not really like an area where you can mill around. You know, I got that one place, one cast, very iffy type deal, but you almost have to take the gamble that nobody found it. I'm basically banking on four schools of fish to produce. One school's got 3 boats on it. This one hadn't given me a fish yet. Bad things happening. But it's the thing about this place and fishing in general is it doesn't take long to turn everything around. That's all them hybrids they're biting right now. They're tearing me up. Okay, tell you what, let's run down 5 or 6 miles to spot number 2 and see if we can catch them in there. Cause and I want to come back here, I think, but let's go see how we can do on that other hole.
Keith Combs kind of laying out for us, hit the lay of the land in his mind. What a great treat it is to get an eye full of the St. Johns River this early in the morning. Just add fish, and that's coming.
And really, there's two different strategies right now on the St. Johns River. It's the two strategies that we've seen different times that we've come here. Are you going to concentrate on those shallow water fish like Drew Benton, Bernie Schultz on the lower end of Lake George? Or are you just going to go fishing like Rick Clun, Keith Combs, Kyle Monty, and Cliff Prince? But one thing is, and we'll say this, Tommy Sanders, as we're here in the Bassmaster studios.
Absolutely.
Really, the weather has shaped up for one of those true Florida collisions where a wave of giant females comes in. And a few of the anglers that we're with today said they have seen those bass earlier this week.
Oh, man, that's why we're so excited to be here today. Welcome to you. Welcome to the Toyota Bassmaster Studios. I'm Tommy Sanders here with Mark Zona. We got Ronnie and Such here as well. Ron Moore and Mike Sucon. And Such, what's in your brain to start this? This is an important day. This is an important
102 days since we've been here at Bassmaster Live, and we got a new feature. Check it out on the website, Live Mix. It's going to be a single, just on an angler, getting that. Zona, you hit on something that's interesting. Leads me to Chris Saldane's quote last night saying, the winner of this event doesn't know he's on the fish to win yet.
All right. Ronnie, would you agree?
I'm just excited to get the season ready. I mean, we've been sitting here waiting and waiting, patiently waiting for the season to start.
We really have.
I'm super excited to get started. The St. Johns River is such a historic fishery. To be able to start the season off here, to get the tone set here. Big bass live here, and the guys are ready to go.
And really today or tomorrow, the one thing that we heard in pre-tournament reports, potentially either today or tomorrow before that front hits on Friday night, we could see one of the biggest stringers of the season.
Ironically, this may have taken the advantage away. You mentioned this earlier from some of the locals, too. I mean, you
maybe.
know.
I can tell you one thing. Cliff Prince was not very happy that it started to warm up.
Let's take a look at Cliff Prince. I mean, he's got some stuff to make up for 2016. Possibly had the winning limit on day number one and had a really, really tough set of circumstances there where he did not get the way that limit in. This is 2016, and he was on him for sure.
No doubt. Every time that we've been here, Cliff Prince has been a big-time player. And with the conditions, with the lack of grass, and we'll get into that being a different playing field this time around, if there's one Cliff Prince should win, this is that event.
Prince, the Palatka native. You can check him out in lots of different circumstances on Bassmaster.com. We've been covering Cliff Prince and all the other guys as they've arrived for the first tournament of the season. So much excitement here and so many expectations. Of course, expectations being the hometown favorite has not really worked out in years past.
Not so much, and really he's doing the same thing this time around, concentrating on the main river section, fishing a lot of shell bars, trying to catch a limit, and then going shallow to upgrade. He said it is the same game plan this time around.
And again, we're watching footage from 3 years ago in 2016. Cliff Prince, of course, that event was won by Rick Clun, winning a big duel at the end of that to add yet another masterpiece to his gallery of great bass fishing performances. But Cliff Prince, he'll be one of the guys people show up for today in Palatka.
73 pounds.
And that again was 2016 when he fell short, but that doesn't stop him from being a favorite this time around. And now back live with Cliff Prince.
Number one, finally. Ain't much to him, but we'll take him. Watch your foot there, bud.
thing that Prince said after his practice, he said, God, missed another one right there. He said he really wanted it to stay cold, which you never hear when we are in the state of Florida. No. You never hear that. And I said, well, explain that. He said, man, I don't want those bass going shallow, getting to all the anglers that are waiting for them. He said, I really felt my advantage was all those cold fronts that we had the last 3 weeks. I felt like, and I said, answer this statement right here. You will win this tournament if, and he said, if I can hold my own the first 2 days.
Well, the first 2 days, as you've already said, the ones that stack up weather-wise as being, potentially the days of the year,
look, really,
the two top days of the year.
It doesn't matter what tournament you're in Florida. If it's a multi-day event, every time that we've covered a Florida event, it's like you have to sustain the blows from the sight fishermen the first 2 days.
Yeah.
Because
How many times
they dwindled. Any sight fishing tournament we're in, rarely do the weights go up in a sight fishing event. They usually trickle down.
Sure.
And a guy like Prince, a guy like Combs, and Rick Clun you can throw in there, you have to sustain those sight fishing blows of days 1 and 2.
Pretty much what Rick Clun did the last time we were here, days 1 and 2, but day 3 he blew it open. Caught 30 plus, 31 plus.
It's there. Something's there. It might just be the male, but something's there.
Ooh, this is the dude you better watch today.
When y'all see why I'm shaking. I hope she's in there. Golly, I hope she's in there.
He is shaking. Listen to him.
Oh.
I think we know
thing
what's
about
up.
blind fishing for them too. Man, I'm shaking. I'm so pumped. You don't spook them, and you're just going by feel. I didn't make the right flip that time. I'm sure that's probably the male biting, but I'm gonna catch him. I mean, one or two things gonna happen. Either she's gonna bite really quick after that, move up there, or she's gonna leave. But the way she was locked down the other day, if it's still there, it should bite. Should move right up there and protect it. Come on.
Kyle Monty, another one of the anglers we're going to be following today, Florida guy. Gotten past his rookie experience and so forth, and one of the guys people are looking at strong here.
Your bins are dope.
I almost hate to put him in the box. Tongue hooked. I'm gonna put him back. He was just tongue hooked, and that's the worst thing you can have happen is put a 12-incher in there and have it die.
That is a limit this week, 12 inches. Seth Fighter's confirmed the first one for a limit, but I think he's got about 5 of those 12 inches. He's got 5 pounds. Jason Williamson has taken the lead with 4 fish for 5.5 pounds.
When I first set the hook, I thought that might be her.
Keith Combs' move paid off. He caught a 2-pounder. He was out of service. We don't have it on tape.
Basically see what Benton's doing right there. He caught the male off that bed. He felt that male bit once or twice.
Knock him out.
And to put this into perspective, he was the angler that said, I have stared down the barrel of over 40 pounds of bass on late in the day on Tuesday. He said after that water warmed up around 1 o'clock.
Gosh. I'm pretty sure it wasn't that male that bit that quick.
Well, Benton started last time here hot. He was second place,
Right.
but he had a
Come on,
under
big
10
girl.
pound day 2.
I just want to make you, put you on TV. So shook up, I can't even flip it in there.
If he's that shook up, that is a giant.
Oh my goodness. Gotta calm down.
Total hot mess right now. Total hot.
She's gonna get this hook sooner or later. She hit it again right then, or something did. I felt it, but it just didn't hold on to it. You probably hear my heart beating. Come on, big girl, bite. I could probably be okay getting a little bit closer. Bit again. It's just not eating the bait. I mean, I guess it could be that same male up there nipping at it.
We will talk about how this chess game works out as the sun gets higher in the sky and all the things that are on the way for us today.
And for anybody that just tuned in, he has not seen that bass yet.
Right. He's blind casting.
He is blind sight fishing that bad.
We got a leader and a second place fella right now via Skype. Let's go out to Seth Fighter. He's had 5 fish in the box for a good long time now, and there's Seth right there. Seth, can you hear us okay? Not really hearing Seth. We're going to watch him for a minute here. Okay.
Seth, real quick, kind of walk us through your morning. I know you said you had a very slow practice, but very solid start so far.
Yes and no. I got a limit in the boat, but they all got to go except for one. Started out on a shell bed, Main River this morning. Caught some fish Carolina rigging. I was hoping for 2 to 3 pounders. I got 1 2-pounder and a bunch of 1-pounders. So I got for sure 4 I got called. But I'm mixing it up now. Split up into a shallow pocket. See what's happening here. And I got a couple more shell bars I'm going to hit. And then I'm just going to commit to, sight fishing and throwing top water.
Seth, coming off of a hard practice, I mean, it was brutally cold here at the beginning of the week. How hard is it to almost scrap your entire practice and just start over on the first day of the season?
Well, the good thing is I had a terrible practice, so I didn't, I'm not attached to nothing. I didn't, I didn't get 1 5-pound bite somewhere that I got to go back and fish. So I'm just kind of going with the flow right now and trying to take whatever the river will give me and work up. I think obviously this time of year, afternoon's really, really key. So, kind of hoping once the sun gets up and looks like we got low tide around midday, I'm gonna start getting in these canals more and see if I can find a big one locked up, or maybe just get a big one on a topwater blind casting through there.
All right, Seth Fighter, sounds like we got a game plan going there, and our first leader of the season actually was Seth Fighter. How about that? That's a good omen for 2019, and we'll get back to Seth and see how he's progressing throughout the day. The afternoon is what everyone's sort of pointing to a little bit now, but guys like Cliff Prince, as you say, he knows he needs to sort of hold those sight fishermen at bay as long as he can.
And really, he said, look, if you go off of tournament weights the last few weeks, a 13 to 15 pound stringer the first 2 days will keep him in this. He said, look, I know there are going to be 20 to 30 pound stringers weighed in the first 2 days of this event. Hooked up right now. For anybody watching at home, some
pound and a half.
Some of our Tennessee River friends that fish shell bars, I said, give me the ballpark depth. You know, Tennessee River, a lot of them are 10 to 25 feet of water. Cliff said, pretty much here, it's a 5 to 10 foot gig. And he goes, I purposely stayed off of them in practice, but I would power pull down in the general vicinity just to see what shell bars they would come and school on. They would literally start breaking the surface. He said, those will be the ones I start on.
He seemed to mention shell bars and current breaks, a couple of things he's really keying on. And Cliff Prince, what you said, Mark, if he can hold on, the last time we were here, he's the guy that caught the biggest, despite a disastrous day one, he caught the biggest weight on the final day.
Exactly, lightweights this morning, but as that sun gets high in the sky, you are going to see things heat up out on St. John's.
What a chess game we have going on right now with some of our anglers and these sight fish. A lot of action going on the St. John's, and we'll be right back on Bassmaster Live.
Extra Elite at St. John's River is brought to you by Toyota, Abu Garcia, Berkeley, Humminbird, Mercury, and by Minn Kota.
Hey! Chuck Norris? Can you sign my Tacoma? I'll be glad to.
From the fist of a legend rises a new action star. A hero who's there to save the day and the night. So fearless, so rugged, he's tough as Chuck.
You replaced me with a truck?
Toyota, let's go places.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha V-Max SHO, Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a V-Max SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover V-Max SHO and elevate your expectations.
It's the Power Pole, Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River, being brought to you live by Toyota.
Welcome into Bassmaster Live. We're here in the studio. I'm over here, not at the desk, y'all. I'm over here at the monitor.
You are.
Showing off the different ways we can cover Bassmaster Live this year and different ways you can watch the event. So if you're on the website, there's a couple different features this year. You have the Bassmaster Live, the standard with us talking to you, the graphics, commentary, different things like that, some stats and different things. But we also have the Live Mix. The Live Mix is a new channel. Basically, you can just watch different anglers fish. You won't hear us commentating. You might not see the flashy graphics or different replays or anything, but it's just the anglers talking. If they're not speaking, you're just gonna hear the anglers fishing. You've got Bass Track. We've got the Bass Cams blogs. You'll obviously be able to watch weigh in later. You got the photo galleries going up, but the Bassmaster Live and the Bassmaster Live Mix, 2 ways to stream the anglers out on the water and check it out. You'll be able to, if you don't want to listen to us, you can just go listen to the angler fish.
It might be incredibly popular now.
Yeah, one question. Will Mark Zona and I lose our jobs due to Live Mix? That's a pretty simple question. Straightforward.
I might be the first one to lose it if anybody loses it, y'all. So it's
we may already be around.
I already love the Live Mix.
I do too. Welcome back. I think Mark Zona is going to save us today. We have the awesome breakdown capabilities of Mark Zona, and we are watching an incredible, I think it is kind of a chess game right now with Drew Benton and a large
fishing for a giant this morning that he said he found on Tuesday. He caught the male bass before break, and basically he's just blind sight fishing right here, hoping that female is still in the area.
There she is. Please stay hooked, baby. Come on, baby. Yes, got your big butt. Woo! That's what I'm talking about right there, baby. That's how you start the 2019 Bassmaster Elite Series. Woo! Get fired up for that, baby. Mondo. That's why I stayed, because we fish for those. Gosh, I'm so pumped. Freaking rods in the water. Gosh, let's go. Let's freaking go. Heck yeah. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Gosh, that means so much.
A shot of Drew Benton sitting in his boat before the launch, and he looked like someone who had just found the combination to the bank safe and was kind of trying to figure out what to do about it.
That is the first bass you put in the live well for this season.
It's the most important day of the year.
And listen, man, I know this, I don't want this to sound cliche, but you talk about momentum. Momentum for this day, momentum for tomorrow, momentum for the season. That is enormous right there. And not only that, if you are sitting at home and want to get a lesson of how to do it when fish are up spawning, you just watch that.
Well, that was the reputation he brought when he started the Elite Series 3 years ago. Now he's in his 4th year with an elite win under his belt from last year. He's the guy that Bob Cobb was talking about, the guy with the passion, the guy with the dream, taking advantage of it.
Oh my gosh, was that awesome. Back up at the St. John's River with Cliff Prince. Benton was shaking that entire time before he caught the fish.
Shook up. Breathing hard.
I want to see him set up on another one where he's just trembling again.
Won't it get better as the sun goes up?
He's going to be in good shape today. And here's why I say that. His exact comment was, I have multiples that size.
And you saw him in the afternoon yesterday.
Afternoon.
Okay. Bear that in mind. Cliff prints.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Oh, you sapsucker, don't you do it.
Oh my.
Now that's what I'm talking about right there. Probably 4. I'd say 4. He had it wrapped in his gill and he wasn't opening his mouth.
Wow.
It's kind of playing out just like you Zonostradamus will call you right now. That's the way it's playing out today.
What that means.
Davey Height is with us today as well. That's always good news. And Davey on the water today.
Yes.
You saw it, Davey. I mean, we had Drew Benton winning round 1 with a big Benton bass, and Cliff Prince answering it. It's just like it was planned, huh?
Oh, I'm so excited to be out here. What a beautiful day to be on the St. Johns River. I could hear Drew Benton landing that fish. It sounded like a person jumped in the water when it jumped. How big was that fish?
Oh, it was, I'm going to conservatively say 6, but it was. Davey, I'm going to throw you one thing. We're watching Benton a little bit right here. Talk about, I mean, you've been down there for the last 7 days, Davey. Talk about how key warm nights are this time of year down there.
We got 4 marked right down through here that were.
That's a great question, Z, and it's so important because just the last 2 nights have been warm. Before that, we started a warming trend during the day, but then it got cold at night. So the water temperature, it would come up in late afternoon and then be cold the next morning. It's so interesting. This is going to be, I think, the most exciting tournament we've ever had on St. Johns River because there are guys, probably 50-50, the guys that are fishing pre-spawn fish, a lot of the guys staying in the river, and then you've got those guys that are just die-hard sight fishermen, and those big fish are coming, and they know they're coming. Not a lot of fish we're seeing pre-practice. Drew Benton, just a few other guys saw some of those big fish, but I guarantee you there's going to be some guys pleasantly surprised when they go to the bank later on in the day, and as that sun comes up more and more and the water temperature rises, those fish will come up, and these guys are going to drill them today, I guarantee you.
Davey, if you can walk us through a different playing field this time around on the St. Johns, from all the hurricanes The eelgrass basically is almost impossible to find anymore. Explain to the viewer at home what that has done to that shallow water sight fishing this time around.
The thing that's so different, Lake George, when we've been here in the past, has just been loaded with eelgrass, and that eelgrass filters the water, and the water will be dark, a tannic color, but you can see those fish when they're spawning in the eelgrass. No eelgrass at all on Lake George, just a little bit. Some guys said there isn't any eelgrass there, but a few guys said they've found a few sprigs, but not enough to filter that water, so the water's stained. I would think there's going to be a fair amount of guys that go in those traditional areas where a lot of bass spawn and just fish for those bass without seeing them. But then there's some springs where that water is clear. I know we'll see some guys sight fishing there, but there's just so much water here. I'm north of Takeoff, probably about 10 or 15 miles right now, and I'm going to work my way down river into Lake George. I'll talk to you guys when I get down there around some of those springs and the sight fishermen, and then even going south from there. Going to cover a lot of water and try to lay out the different strategies of these guys. Cliff Prince is doing well. He's got a nice limit in the boat this morning, but he hasn't caught those big fish like I definitely think you're going to have today.
Well, Davey, can he survive these guys like Drew Benton, who are obviously going to pick some big ones off the beds today? They're going to have the big stringers today. But can Cliff Prince, with a plan like his, is it doable? What he's laid out to do for himself, can he win this tournament after all's said and done?
Yeah, good question, Tommy. I think Cliff is, he's got a few aces in the hole, so to speak. Cliff is a great sight fisherman. He's not just a shell bed fisherman here on the St. Johns River. And I think you'll see him do a little both. That's what gives him such a big advantage here, because with only 3 days of practice and the weather changing so much, guys basically had to commit to these shell beds and to the main river itself, or either to the sight fishing. And I think it's going to take a combination of the two. We've got a lot of things going on, and the weather changing a lot here in the last couple of days, and then it's supposed to turn back cooler and cloudier those last 2 days. So I really think a guy like Cliff, or a guy that's just brave enough to leave his comfort zone and maybe where he caught some fish earlier in the day or the day before and is able to move and adjust with the fish, those will be the guys that you really have to watch.
Davey, I'm going to challenge you right now, and it's a little early. Give us what you think it will take to lead this tournament after day one.
It is a little early, but I love a challenge, Z. I'm going to say maybe not 30, but over 25. Between 25 and 30, if you want me to be more specific, I'm going to say 28-12.
28-12, mark it down. Davey Hyde, thank you. Davey's going to travel down to Lake George. He promises us an update from down there. That'll be very interesting. Right now, though, let's take it out on the water. Another one of our anglers who we're covering today. Why would we not? He's trying to defend his title here. It's Rick Clun, and this was moments ago. Rick Clun getting his day off to a start. A good one, nice one going in the box there. And who can forget Cliff? Rick Clun, one of those guys who does what Cliff Prince is trying to do. He withstood the sight fisherman the first 2 days and got it done the last two.
And if you really looked at what Rick Clun did here, it's almost every time that we've been to the St. Johns River, it takes one massive day, and then basically you shoot par the other 3 days, if that makes sense. He had one enormous day 3 stringer, and I said, Rick, what are we looking for this time around? He said, man, I've got something going similar to the last time, but I'm not able to duplicate it in other areas of the river. He said, with that being said, this is an interesting statement from Rick Clun. If you looked at his 2016 win, he won it in one area, right? It was basically a 100-yard stretch. He said, 90% of my wins I have won in one area. Maybe I found that this time around.
Think about it. Think about the history of Rick Clun. That is exactly right. Keeping our eyes on him, of course. And we have, to our discredit, left Cliff Prince even for a minute. And he's caught a few while we were away. Take a look at what's been going on with Cliff Prince. He's working hard.
That one right there was earlier. That was number 4. This would make number 5 for Cliff Prince. If you're just joining us, you look at the rotation of baits from jerk baits to Carolina rigs. Been doing some cranking. And again, most of these shell bars that he's fishing, it's an irregularity on any of these points or ridges. He said right where that current hits the hardest, generally 5 to 10 feet of water.
That'll get rid of one.
Cliff Prince's time on the water on this big complex place certainly is exponentially higher than any of the other 74 competitors out here. And it's showing with Cliff Prince right now, just catching them at will in this
like
live.
Like you said, his target weight is 13 to 15 pounds to sustain today, and he's well on his way.
Come off in the boat. Golly. Come on, man.
Well, the battle right now between Cliff Prince and Drew Benton. Drew Benton, one giant in the live well.
Fish coming back. And when he comes back, that's when I'll try to move it around.
So there you go. Check out our anglers we have on camera today. Pick out one of them for some live mix time today.
The one really cool thing is how diverse.
Pitch one more time. If I don't get a bite, then I'm going to ease up there and see what the deal is. See if he's sitting there. I hate to throw it at something that's not there.
Really how diverse the game plans are. Interesting that Cliff Prince said with the grass being gone this time around, why it took his home field advantage away, he felt, was it got more anglers concentrating on the shell bars on the river. Well, we see Kyle Monty, saw Keith Combs. He said it gave the river more attention than it has in years past. Well, years past,
you go to Lake George, you can see half the field.
There was a photo gallery that Overstreet did. Hope he's doing okay.
Yeah.
Hope Overstreet's doing good. There was a photo gallery taken on Lake George down in the southwest corner where I believe there was 80 boats in a 3-acre area.
That's right. And that's not an exaggeration.
I believe that area is referenced as Cabbage Point, but there's not much cabbage left there, so.
Exactly.
Might be one of the deals where we just got to
Bald Head Point now, I think they're called.
Still going to see that area down there play by the end of today, though. There was Cliff Prince hooked up again.
Which I think is what we'll do.
So a great statement from Cliff yesterday when I was talking. I said, man, how many of these key, main river gigs do you have? He said, I don't know, 50. and going back to what I said earlier, I said, he's getting bid almost every cast. I said, besides, he stayed off of them and looked for schooling fish to see which ones were really active. I said, besides that, how do you know a good spot on? Gosh, he is catching one every throw.
I didn't commit to this top water.
He said, well, if you see a local drifting shiners over a main river area, more than likely it's a pretty good.
Cliff Prince, who graduated from high school here in Palatka. Guess what college he went to? St. John's River State College. Wow. So there you go. Oh, I see what he majored in, too. Look at that.
It'll be interesting to see how long and what his target weight is on these river areas to save him for tomorrow, day 3 and day 4, potentially, to where he goes shallow, because we've watched him catch giants here shallow, and he said, I will absolutely do that again this tournament.
Will he do it today?
No doubt, no doubt.
Benton's doing it right now. Boy, it's hard to take your eyes off of him after what we've been shown already today. As you look at Kyle Monty, another Floridian in the mix here, you see 2 fish in his live well. Let's take a look at how he might have got a hold of them.
That's
here
the
we
difference. That cast. Number 1, baby. Number 1. That's the difference, though.
Kyle Monty, a Lake Okeechobee kind of guy from Belglade down there. Great college career. Bernie Schultz hooked up. Wow.
Telling you, if these guys are catching fish like this shallow this early in the day, that it could be a spectacle by the end of the afternoon.
I don't think I've seen Bernie move off this spot since we've been on the air. I mean, he's been
It appeared he
locked
had his
down
eye on a
something.
good St. John's River buck up on the bank, Tommy.
Got a nice fish on real light line. She's jumped once, twice. Just trying to wear her down. Not giant, but it's a nice fish.
See how clear that water is where Bernie's at.
Got her. It's hooked inside the mouth. All right, need 4 more just like that. Put her over here.
Someone made the decision at the end of the season last year that we would start covering the first day of these events. It's looking like a good decision right now.
I'm okay with that.
I think it's working out pretty good. We're all 4 days, Bassmaster Live on all 9 of our regular season tournaments this year.
See, that's Bernie's first fish, Z, but I want to ask you, guys like Patrick Walters has a couple fish, and Harvey Horn, these new guys to our elites. What's that feeling like, getting that first one out of the way?
Oh, enormous. Gosh, you could go to Drew Benton's catch. He was shaking like that was the first day of the Bassmaster Classic right there. And it's interesting listening to Drew Benton. I said, how many do you have on beds? He goes, oh, I got a bunch. And you asked Bernie, I said, do you have any on beds, Mark? He said, nope, but trust me, I'm going to find them.
Looks like everything is working out for the anglers so far on this first day of the season, 2019. And how about this start?
Yes, gotcha, big
for his 4th year as an elite angler, Drew Benton with that.
That's what I'm talking about
like
right
a
there.
stud right there.
That's how you start the 2019 Bassmaster Elite Series. Whoa! Get fired up for that, baby.
We are, believe me. We're going to take a quick break. Coming right
out
back.
of his mind right there.
Wouldn't be. A lot of fun today on the St. John's, and we're just getting started with Bassmaster Live. Look at that, Cliff Prince, Palatka native on top of the leaderboard. That's his job today. Hold off the rest of these guys.
Pretty much if there is ever a day to watch Bassmaster Live, it would be right now. The collision could be coming on Bassmaster Live. Well done.
Live coverage of the Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River will return after this short break.
Ever since you could remember, it's always been there. It's a resource that has guided you. From it all, you've learned, you've applied, and you've become a Bassmaster.
There's your winner.
Dream big. Develop your craft. Believe in yourself. And win on the biggest stage.
You can do it, buddy. He is your champion, ladies and
The amount of vibration this dude puts off is second to none.
You can fish it fast, you can fish it slow. It's the key bait to catch them once you find them.
It imitates everything those bass are keyed in on. One of the best tools we have as tournament anglers is something that can cover water. You know, being able to move through unproductive water to find those stretches of productive water is really, really important for us. So something that we can cast and retrieve back to the boat at a pretty steady to quick pace is something that is going to be a great tool for me. And there's really not much better tool out there on the market right now than a bladed jig. This is the Terminator shuttering bait. There is no other vibrating swim jig on the market that moves near the water that this bait does.
You know, there's a lot of different makers, a lot of different styles, but no one ever had one that I felt worked really good in the muddiest of water until I got my hands on these.
That cup design is very, very different. Most bladed jigs have a real thin metal blade. This is actually a plastic material, and having that cup is what makes it a lot different from everything else. It catches the water and actually moves the blade, which makes the whole jig move side to side so much more. That's really important when those bass are feeding heavy. If you look at this thing in the water, you can see that the jig head actually hangs down below the blade. So the blade's working, it's catching the water, but having the jig head set down below it, it's down there kind of doing its own separate thing. So they're working together separately.
And the other thing about it is big fish. I mean, you know, you're fishing for numbers, but at the same time, a lot of times I've caught the biggest fish in my tournament on a bladed jig.
And we've designed this to where it'll handle big fish. It's got a 5/0 custom VMC heavy-duty hook in it, and it's also got really strong components from the snap to the split ring that attaches the blade to the head. Every piece of it is geared towards catching big fish on.
Man, that's a beautiful fish. She ate that shuttering bait right in the corner of the mouth. Exactly how you want it.
It's just got a really, really good thump to it, and I can seem to get more bites fishing it slow, like practically dragging it on the bottom, actually.
The great part about this is it's heavy enough that I can make very targeted, low underhand cast. So it's not just an open water chunk and wind bait.
You know, just try to make the most accurate cast you can. And then when you get near the target, I like giving it a little snap here and there. Just seems like the more erratic your retrieve is, especially when you're fishing around visible cover like this.
When we were working on the shuttering bait, I wanted to pick out several different colors that really fit my style of fishing, and we were able to do that. We've got 9 colors in it and 2 sizes, 3/8 and a 1/2 ounce. And dialing these colors in was something that was a lot of fun because we actually have the ability to match the blade to the bait. That's something that with most bladed jigs, you know, you just don't have that ability. With the shuttering bait, we did. We can dye that, or we can make it a matte finish as we did on like some of the black ones to where it doesn't have the flash when we don't want it. And the neat thing about this too, as an angler, if you want to customize it, you can take that blade off and put it on one of the other jigs if you so choose. Couple features on the shuttering bait. Number 1 is a trailer keeper. You always fish this bait with some type of a trailer. Having a trailer keeper on there extends the life of that bait, and it makes more of your cast productive because your trailer is going to stay in place where it needs to be. I mean, an all-around great head design. That comes through cover extremely well.
A lot of the other baits that are like this, it's real hard to throw around brush like we're doing, but this one just deflects off everything. You just don't get snagged as often. You go back in there and you just think you can't get a bite. This is one of those baits that'll get you a bite or two.
That unique custom design cup lip catches and moves so much water that the amount of vibration this dude puts off is second to none.
Let's go. Wake the streets up.
Nice bed liner. Did you know you can spray Line-X on just about anything that needs protection?
More than just bed liners?
You got it. How about a park bench? A trailer? Van liner. Work truck. Motorcycle.
Wow. So what else can you do with that snappy finger trick?
It's pretty Line-X specific.
Oh. Do you have my keys?
Oh, here you go.
Really?
Go beyond the bed liner and Line-X it.
Be sane. Don't fritter away your time. Create. Act. Take a place wherever you are. And be somebody. Get action.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, You need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
If you love bass fishing, then show your support by joining B.A.S.S today. With your membership, you'll receive every issue of Bassmaster magazine, plus $50 in free gear, including a membership tackle bag, B.A.S.S cap, plus more. Click now on this video to join today.
It's the Power Pole, Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River, being brought to you live by Toyota.
Lean heavily on the weather information we glean in the TH Marine Weather Watch. There's Cliff Prince. We wait for our weather watch information to come up for you right now. It looks like a perfect day, though, and it's fishing like a perfect day on the St. John's River, first stop of the year. Woo. Yeah, that's what we got right there. Partly sunny, 67 wind out of the south-southwest at 5 miles an hour. That's why people go to Florida this time.
Exactly right. And really, the underlying story is Davey Heights said it. Very warm nights the last 2 nights. That is a perfect recipe anytime you're in Florida. And looking at that TH Marine Weather Watch, that south-southwest wind at 5 miles per hour, that's as high as the wind is going to get today.
Oh, that's just absolutely great. 85 degrees yesterday in Palatka, Florida, if you can imagine such a thing. And what's the result? What's the result of temperatures like that after an extended cold snap? Have a look at this right here.
Please stay hooked, baby. Come on, baby. Yes, got your big butt. Woo! That's what I'm talking about right there, baby. That's how you start the 2019 Bassmaster Elite Series. Woo! Get fired up for that, baby.
Drew Benton earlier today, his first. And I understand that you've been sitting on our Humminbird Lay of the Lake. That's what we call it. You've been
I've had it
sitting
in my
on
back pocket all morning long, Tom.
Come on with it.
Take a look at our Humminbird Lay of the Lake here, the St. John's River, and really, we're going to start down here at Lake George and concentrate on Lake George South. Every time that we have come to the St. John's River, Lake George, probably the biggest player. Every time we're here, it swallows half of the field, and a lot of the anglers say by the end of the week, Lake George will still be a dominant player. Somewhere where we're able to go in this tournament, we were not the last time. Rodman Reservoir, we had a drawdown last time we were here at the St. John's River. If you talk to guys like Cliff Prince, Keith Combs, they feel there will be some players in Rodman this time around. The big thing about Rodman, though, not easy to get around. A lot of standing timber, time consuming with the lock situation too. But really, if you look at the main river system from 5 miles north to 5 miles south of Palatka, the main river system, all the different shell bars, predominantly every single guy that's concentrating on the main river system within 5 miles of our takeoff there in Palatka. And this was moments ago with Rick Clun.
This is back to Lake George, north side.
Oh, gosh.
Had to do the old black bear on him.
On that one, Rick, think that was 4? Little spotty on service right there, but if you look at one thing with Rick Clun right now, quality over quantity, and he said the number 1 key, staying in one area. He said if you really look at it, get back down to Drew Benton, just south of Lake George.
Y'all wearing out the crappie? Y'all wearing out the crappie?
They're going slow.
Are they? Got one. Yep. I sure would like to high five more just like it. That little one. Little bitty guy. He was hooked good, so we'll throw him in there. Pound, maybe. I think that's 7, probably. That bigger one.
With a small one to go with that 6.5-pound giant he has in the live well early on the first day of competition here. He's still chasing our leader, as is everyone else, and that leader, the local guy, Cliff Prince, always a favorite. Local guys have never been able to completely get it done the times we've been here with
That
the
is
Elite
bizarre.
Series. Isn't that weird?
That is really bizarre.
Think of all the advantages they have. This complex place with all the... We've looked at your map, and we still haven't touched on places like Crescent and Woodruff. There's just so many different places to go.
We got 5, but about time to go change up a little bit, but we're gonna give these fish a few more minutes, see what happens. Hopefully we can catch one more good one up here before we leave, but we'll probably wind back up here this afternoon once the tide changes, but we'll see how today goes. I know I'm gonna have to have a big one in my bag with this weather the way it is. I don't know if we can catch one doing this or not, but we can catch us a good bag.
Ooh, look at that naughty panda bear up in the right-hand corner setting up on another one.
He's a panda bear now?
Oh, he is.
I'll go full with Drew Benton right here. Got that look, doesn't he?
Gosh, and I'm gonna tell you that this is really getting to hang with him last week, all week long. We really learned Drew Benton was versatile all around the country. You know, I mean, heck, when he won B.A.S.S Fest last year, you got to see him fishing. He was really very well-rounded, but this is his game. This is his.
That's the reputation he arrived with.
This is his fastball.
Absolutely. From Panama City, North Florida.
He was sitting in there, and I ain't seen him since. Probably too close to him. I'm gonna turn around.
Cliff Prince hooked up again. He's our leader, and he's...
The way he was sitting there, I thought they...
Nah, he ain't that big. I think he'll help, though. Maybe. He's hooked in the bottom lip. That's not a good sign. I don't think he's gonna help us none, y'all.
I ain't waiting for a commercial.
Prince has 2 1.5 pounders on his bass track, and Rick Clun just popped up to second place with a 2 3/4 pounder. He's up to 10 pounds total.
A little bit of shaky service with Clun this morning so far.
I think he helped me by just a fuzz.
There's freaking Matt right on top of where I need to, where it's sitting.
Pulling by ounces, y'all.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, y'all, if y'all would kind of scoot back that way, because that drops right there, if y'all don't mind.
Sound like Bowman out there. Yeah.
One thing I noticed covering Cliff Prince on the water in 2016 was a lot of the baits he was using on those shell bars and those offshore spots are like baits that we would use in the Carolinas or those normal offshore type
right
deals.
there, I think.
But he was having trouble landing the fish.
Like what?
Like underspins and small swim baits, different things like that. A Carolina rig obviously is not super popular in Florida, but it is a great way to drag offshore.
Yeah, I know it. I'll turn it off in a minute. They're back.
Some of those lighter wire hooks and different presentations. Surprise jerk bait as well.
A little more finessey is what you're saying.
Yeah, he and it opened my eyes to some Florida techniques, but he did struggle landing some fish at times, just because of the way they bite or the way they set up in that shell, or you know how hard their mouth is or whatever.
Quit trying.
Size of that one you just caught?
Uh-huh.
That one you just caught? Any
Right.
the size of it?
Just pound. No, yeah.
There he is, right there. Yeah, I'm gonna wait till the sun gets up.
For anybody that's not been to the St. John's, if you're not around those springs, it's a hard place to see them. Like, it is really, really challenging. You got to be a hawk to dial in when they're up spawning here. In fact, if you watched when Drew opened his live well, it almost looks like coffee without cream.
Right.
How that water looks.
We're gonna run Juniper Springs. It's just inside Lake George.
And that's even more so without the eelgrass and stuff to filter it.
Actually, let's see here.
We got a Skype signal from Ray Hanselman, another angler we remember from Texas Fest.
Yes.
Absolutely, the veteran from Texas. And Ray, tell us how your day's been going today.
Tommy, I've started out decent. You know, I've got 4 in the live well. I'm just fishing some really skinny water. Mostly, it's mostly bucks that have moved up that I'm catching. I did in practice catch one about 5, so I've got a little hope that there might be some better fish, you know, as the day goes on. I know yesterday was a really warm day, and just going to keep grinding. You know, it's pretty thick, and they're really shallow, so I can't get to a lot of them very well, but I'm doing my best. You know, it wasn't an easy practice for me here, but the last day when that water got warm, I decided to get real shallow and started catching some, so gave me a little hope.
Ray, for the
see how it goes.
Ray, for really this is Zona here. For the better side of 4 or 5 years, Mike Sukon and Ronnie Moore have called Keith Combs the King of Texas, but Tommy Sanders and myself have now given you that title. How do you feel about that, Ray?
Well, it's a pretty heavy crown. You know, there's a lot of great fishermen in Texas. I appreciate that. I don't know about all that. I'm pretty good on a couple of the lakes there. So, but Combs, he's pretty stout on them too.
Well, Ray, what's your Florida history like? What is this the best place in Florida to fish in your book, or you got a favorite spot?
Florida history started about 4 days ago.
All right.
Oh,
So
my goodness.
this is my best spot.
Well, Ray, I hope you get a hold of some big ones today.
Yes.
We will be checking back in with you. Ray Hanselman, always a delight to talk to him. Strong angler.
Very strong.
Down there, Lake Amistad area.
I absolutely love how you threw us under the bus for words that we
Good
may
job.
have never
Hey,
said. I appreciate
that.
that.
Truth hurts, I guess, in other words.
Hey, Ronnie, all year long, Jack.
Sweet.
Wow.
Back out to Keith Combs Live.
Rob Dye, newcomer from Denver, North Carolina, is making a move. His 4-pounder has him up to 8.5 pounds in third place.
All right.
Uh-oh.
Well, it's a bass. It's a good sign. Not much of one, but it's a good sign because mostly we've just been marking stripes on this hole. So that's a good deal. Maybe they're going to start to bite. He ain't much of one, but he's a fish. Three. And I got, definitely need to get rid of that little guy. He's not looking really great.
He comes with a limit now, it would appear.
Man, there is so many stinking fish on the hummingbirds right now. But, you know, I'm been convincing myself that they're just stripes right now, but that's a good deal, you know, just to see a bass. There's no way that that's the only bass on this bar. No way. So we got 5.
Box right here, Cliff Prince hooked up again. Combs made an interesting comment. He said this is a very, very, very dangerous tournament for me. Every time that we've, solid one for Cliff Prince right there. He's getting to that target weight of 13 to 14 pounds. Combs said this is so dangerous. Every time that we've covered him here, he's been in Lake George. I mean, we've been in his boat in Lake George. Yeah. Fished there for 2 days and never got a bite. And he said, here's what I'm scared of. I'm scared that I'm going to be out on that river, like he is today, on the main river, and those fish are going to pull up shallow, and I'm going to get crushed by the guys that just go fishing shallow today.
Fifth fish put Keith Combs up from outside the top 10 into 5th place. And that's got to be something that's in the back of everybody's mind, right? Yeah, yeah.
Killer dragging the Carolina rig.
I'll tell you a tournament where that went down. Remember when Preston Clark won on Santee?
Santee, yeah.
Those fish pulled up basically a day before that event, and anybody that was not up looking at them got punished in that tournament.
Yeah. Anybody who was not Preston got punished in that.
Absolutely.
That was a
Preston's
freakish display.
Preston's
down
won
there.
a bunch of tournaments here in the last month or something.
This is area right here.
I had heard he was creeping around down there in Rodman too. Sorry, too early. Too early, Tom.
Nope. We're gonna have to get over to Rodman at some point.
I am on good behavior this year.
And that's the thing, Tommy. You were just saying we might have to get over to Rodman at some point. There was worry that people might not be able to get to Rodman because of all the high water and rain and vegetation that had been pushed around. Mm-hmm. It was legitimately blocking the lock from opening during the pre-practice period. So people were going, and the lock master would be like, "Well, I can try," and he would push the doors open, and it would barely move the That's how much grass and stuff was chalked up at the lock. So they must have cleaned it up because people have been reported trying to go to Rodman today.
And that lock notoriously going into Rodman is tricky. Even without the hyacinths, blowing the door shut, it's always been a challenge.
Yeah, you got to understand you have to sort of make arrangements to get through it too.
Yes.
It's a solid height difference too. It's not like maybe the Kissimmee chain that we're used to seeing, maybe just like a foot or two difference. It's a little bit bigger than that for sure, so it takes more time.
Lock and Rodman Dam hold back the water from one of the biggest freshwater sources on the St. Johns River here. Keep the water quality up.
Little bit of a lull right now, except for Cliff Prince still catching about every other catch.
Yeah, it's getting monotonous here, but fun to watch and watch a guy who knows this place operate. Rick Clun having a good day so far.
Almani with a couple keepers.
Deep Combs limit.
Now that's what I'm talking about right there.
Solid one right there for Cliff Prince. Bernie Schultz, one big one in the live well.
All our guys on the board. Glad you were with us. Plenty more to come today. The afternoon should be great on Bassmaster Live.
Live coverage of the Bassmaster Elite at St. Johns River will return after this short break.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha V-Max SHO, Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a V-Max SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover V-Max SHO and elevate your expectations.
Hey! Chuck Norris? Can you sign my Tacoma? I'll be glad to.
From the fist of a legend rises a new action star. A hero who's there to save the day and the night. So fearless, so rugged, he's tough as Chuck.
You replaced me with a truck?
Toyota, let's go places.
It's the Power Pole, Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River, being brought to you live by Toyota.
Oh, look at this place. Wild, wonderful. This is old Florida as much as it can be in this day and age. And a wonderful playground for bass fishermen to start the year. 2019 on the Bassmaster Elite Series. The St. John's River. Great stuff on the way today. We've seen so much that's just been way beyond expectations.
We started with Bob Cobb, a commercial with Chuck Norris, a 7-pounder on camera. What else you want, man?
I don't know, but it's coming. It's coming. Right, Ronnie's going to have more for us right now as we speak. He's at the big board.
Well, we're talking about the tournament, St. John's River. We made some picks pre-tournament. Basically, one guy we thought would maybe factor in this event. And two of the guys are right now near the top of the leaderboard. And so going through Davey Height's pick, he picked Drew Benton, one of the most popular fantasy fishing picks, obviously, for good reason. A great sight fisherman. History here, might know a little bit of secrets.
Really smart pick, I think, right there.
Yes, and some momentum. Sukon, he picked Cliff Prince. It's a great local knowledge pick, a lot of percentage there. Some of these will seem like chalk. Mercer did the same with Cliff Prince, but they're looking like very smart picks right now. Mark Zoni, you picked Hunter Shryock.
I did. I'm big into these flat bill kids. I am. What I am, Tom. No, if you really look at some of his videos, he's done so many YouTube videos on the St. John's River, doing the exact same thing that I believe the first 2 days of this tournament, sight fishing, is going to play.
Zay, he's looking good. He just caught a 6-pounder. Hunter did.
Bang!
He jumped up to 4th place.
See?
He qualified for the Elite Series via sight fishing, basically. I jumped in on the bandwagon.
You guys are a lot of low-hanging fruit, is what I'm going to say.
Right now,
exactly.
Smart pick.
It
right
was.
there.
Hey, the way I phrased it was, you had to put money on this person, and this was so. I'm not.
Right.
I'm not going to put my money on risky things right now.
Yeah, you want to do something smart, like pick Drew Benton.
And Tommy picked Drew Benton as well. So we've got 5 Floridians and 1 great sight fisherman so far for our picks.
Yes.
Hey, well, we got the picks of the day. That's for today. Tomorrow we may have another pick, but hey, Rookie Watch, Dick's Sporting Goods Rookie Watch, Dick's Sporting Goods Rookie of the Year sponsor this year.
Yes.
Take a look at them. There's the guys who are in contention. So far, everybody's in contention today.
Very solid picks right there, Ronnie.
You got
doubt.
a mixture of Louisiana, Derek Hudnall, Patrick Walters, College Series standout, Greg DePalma. He's been a standout in the Opens for a while, been so close, and he's got history across the country.
I went a little bit different. I tried to get just a little bit of a mix in there. I actually did. If you look at the picks that I have right here, no, that's actual.
Those are my picks right there.
Tommy's.
Hey, now look,
right
check it out. See, I went old guy because I'm an old guy. Randy Pearson got a lot of maturity there. Comes from out west. You're committed if you come all the way from out.
Remotely my picks, Tommy.
I know. Ed Loughran. I mean, look at this guy's had a great record in the Opens, and hey, Patrick Walters has been an overachiever at every level on a quick ascension. He's not an old guy. Quick ascension to the Elite Series.
Exactly right.
Walters and Hudnall are tied for 11th right now.
So there you go. Enough said. There you go.
There are my picks right there, Tommy Sanders.
You're mixing a little bit of age and experience
Garrett
in there, too.
Paquette in there. If you really look at the start of his career, the last couple of years on the Opens. Gary Klaus, here's the best way to put it. The only fisherman in the history of fishing to fish more tournaments than Charlie Hartley.
No, wait a minute. Literally. Is that true?
And then I went with Drew Cook just because I feel that I believe this tournament sets up very well for him the way they're going to catch him.
And he's a Bass Brawl champion.
Last week?
That's right.
Yeah.
He's a Bass Brawl champion. That's
his
resume right there.
On his resume.
Right. The top thing on his resume, my view. Drew Benton's got a Bassmaster Elite Series win on his resume. Did it at the Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest last year. Lake Travis went in the water, too. That was exciting.
I think it was right there. I'm going to pitch in there a few times. Then go up there and look. It might have been further out.
You just feel like something's going to happen every minute you're in his boat right now.
Seth Fighter making a move.
Got a bite.
Caught a couple of 3-pounders.
Wow.
It's up to 9.
He didn't hold on to it.
Rob Dye just took the lead.
I just kind of memorized, a place on the bank to cast at. And I must be getting pretty close to it because he's already bit once. It's just amazing how fast they'll bite if you'll just back off and cast to them. I think that's the number one problem guys run into sight fishing. They think they got to see them the whole time.
For some confirmation on that, see Preston Clark again. These Florida guys have a...
Couldn't really tell how big this one was. It looked decent. We went over top of him. Oh, he nibbled at it.
Very interesting seeing Kyle Monty right now not out on the main river. He said he had 4 schools found on the main river on the shell bars, and said he was going to live with that on day 1, already off of it.
Oh, no. I don't know if he's got it or not. No, he ain't got it. Felt heavy there for a second. The thing about it is, the biggest thing is don't rush it. Let them get comfortable biting it a few times and the more they bite it and you don't pull on them, the more mad they're gonna get. And eventually they're gonna bite it and swim off. There he is. We'll catch him on this next flip.
That's awesome.
He just swam off with it right there, but he was swimming at me. That's a male. Male. Let's see here. We'll flip back in there just to see. There might be a female in there, I don't know. See, it might have took 15 minutes if I had to get up there and look. But if you just pick a spot that they're, around and just keep casting to it, eventually you'll get a bite and it'll kind of tell you where you need to be throwing.
Bernie Schultz got a smaller one, maybe?
Be nice to be able to bonus female up there.
Bernie said he's using light line here. Look out.
Good one. Lot clearer water if you look behind Bernie's left-hand shoulder. Lot clearer water where Bernie's at.
You gonna get it? Yes. Bernie Schultz at 64, just as game a competitor as he ever was.
We're getting closer.
Bernie Schultz with another keeper there. Let's take it back up. We can't take our eyes off our leader, Cliff Prince, for long. In fact, I guess he's not our leader now anymore, Such, is he?
No, Rob died.
I don't know what other guys are doing. I didn't have a great
pounder and a 4-pounder and a 3-pounder. He's leading.
Go looking for him.
Well, you've seen him have a
Catch one
big
of them.
rotation of baits today.
I know there's some 4 or 5 pounders here. I just seen them. So we're gonna hang here a few more minutes and see what happens, and then we're gonna make us a move.
I did the Meet the Elite story on Cliff Prince here. Said, you know, growing up there, if he didn't know you, you weren't from here.
and runs a porta potty business.
Yeah, he bought that. It freed him up to be able to go.
Yeah, that's how he
travel to fish.
Told me, this is no joke, the water got so high last year. The water got so high, it swept away some of his porta.
Oh my gosh!
I know.
Oh no!
Here's Johnny.
That's right.
Johnny not on the spot.
Yeah.
Did he have to call Tripp to see if he could go out on the lake to chase his porta potties down the river, or was that a?
He just said it's a bad deal, man.
No,
I guess
tip
so.
him over and
Bad
do his,
deal, man.
Let's get down to Rick Clun. We've had a little bit of a service issue with Rick, but we've got the essence of his day so far, and not a bad day, as a matter of fact.
No, Rick Clun made the comment. His only worry was not catching a limit. The quality, he said, will absolutely be there the way he's fishing.
You had a good long talk with him, didn't you?
I did. Really good talk. Wow.
There's one who knew what a tree was.
Tell you something, that Clun, this is, when we talked yesterday, this is really cool for folks watching on Bassmaster.com. He said One of the biggest keys when you are fishing in the state of Florida, the feeding windows for those big ones are so small. Like last time we were here, he said, look, that big stringer that I caught
Two and three quarter.
in about an hour and a half. He said the main thing is you cannot get caught behind your steering wheel
There may be
running
weighing
around.
a little more because they're normally down here they're skinnier than that, but we're usually later in the year when they've already lost weight and spawned, and some of these are still holding some weight. That big one I caught the other day, he felt like you were trying to pick up a bag of rocks. I mean, he just shocked me how hard he was to lift out of the water. He was big, and then he had a lot of weight to him on top of that.
You go for that worm or something else?
He went for that Hail Mary, that red bait. I caught that first one on.
Oh, that's right. You took it.
Yeah, I caught that one over 10. I'm gonna say he's over 10. I know he's over 10. He could have been a lot bigger, but and then one over 6 on that bait. That's the third fish I've caught on it, but I won't keep throwing it because like I said, something the fish don't see a lot. Not in this kind of water. They'll see it in other areas, but.
No one's won more classics than that guy right there, Rick Clun, with 4 Geico Bassmaster Classic titles under his belt.
Wisdom for any young Bassmaster.
I like what he told you. You don't get caught behind the steering wheel.
That's what he said. He said, and if you, right there tells you everything you need to know about his resume fishing Bassmaster tournaments. And I thought it was amazing him saying that. He said, the thing that can get you in trouble in the state of Florida, trying to do too much. He said, any tournament, he said, look through the test of time, man. Any tournament that gets won in the state of Florida, 99% of them are won in an area. Don't burn a lot of gas.
The last time we were here, great example. I don't think we saw him move 50 yards the whole week. Back to Drew Benton.
Clun's first win and that most recent one, almost 40 years apart.
Wow. Looking for win number 15 here, right?
Can't tell if anything's in there or not.
I think that was wrong. I think he has 15.
He'll be looking for 16 then, Suge.
Is that how the math works?
Thanks,
Tom. Me.
Interesting combination in Clun's boat today. Clun and cameraman Eric Kafka.
Okay.
Very interesting.
I thought the same thing.
Yes, that is an odd duo.
I think he was in there. See if I can drag some of that stuff out of the way.
A lot of time housekeeping.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of little mats blowing in on top of some of these beds. Also, if you looked at our Humminbird lay of the lake, a lot of our guys that are sight fishing today, really on the bottom end of Lake George and south of there, reason why that water warms way faster than a lot of the other.
Very shallow. We saw Rick Clun at that big island that marks the lower end of Lake George there, actually.
I don't know if he's in
the
there
north
or
end.
not.
I've seen him come in quick, though, in this place. Yeah, it may be true.
I can actually see this bed. It's up there shallow.
It's staggering that every now and then, Bernie really looks like Don Johnson from Tin Cup.
I don't know if he's a keeper or not.
You're right.
Just can't tell if the fish is in there or not.
Well, he's got that magnificent head of hair.
Gosh, he does.
Start.
Does. It is fabulous, to be honest with you.
Visors only.
Yeah.
I don't know if this fish will keep or not. He's bit me twice. Right now, I'm just trying to get a limit in the boat.
We'll come back to him.
And do something else.
Well, I guess it would help if I picked our poles up.
Tough little fish. He's holding his turf.
Bryden Snowden with a 5-pounder, and Carl Jacobson just jumped up with a 5.5.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
He followed
Happening, isn't it?
I mean, he spins around. He's doing pirouettes around my lure here.
Schultz taking advantage of, as you pointed out, the very clear water in that little corner there, Mark Zona.
And talking to Bernie, he actually cut his teeth. I mean, started fishing tournaments on Rodman. That is where
Really?
he, yes, really started bass fishing.
That's how you want the big ones to act. They're real protective.
One of those anglers that said he believes by week's end, George will be the predominant player again, even though it doesn't have any of that eel grass. He said it will still be a player.
He's got him, little guy.
Like I said, he ain't big. He might not even make it.
Davey Heights owes us a report from down there. We'll get some more more intel on Lake George as the morning wears on here. Davey headed that way.
Big ones are starting to bite. David Mullins with a 5-pounder.
I asked every angler that we have a camera on to finish this sentence. You will win this tournament if. Every angler.
Close your mouth.
Here's Bernie's statement. You will win this
He ain't
tournament
much,
if
but
big fish pull into my area.
Hey, but that.
Got 42 anglers on Bass Track with recorded fish. Some of them may be out of cell service. John Cruz just came in and showed up a couple fish, and others do not have Bass Track in their boats today.
Such, do you have a gauge of how many over 5 have been
yeah,
caught
I mean,
so far?
you know, I want to do some stuff today.
We're closing in on 10, maybe.
I need to.
Not quite.
Need to get a decent limit. I mean, I don't want to leave here with some of these rats, but right now that's all that's around. And you know, this is one of those deals where they could show up in the afternoon. More and more fish come in. So just basically, I mean, that's kind of the deal in Florida this time of year when it's early and it's been cold and it's finally warming up. We got a warming trend, not a lot of wind, got good sun baking the water. And there could be a big wave of fish that just come in. I mean, maybe not just these springs, but also on the shoreline, the main lake shoreline in Lake George. And it could happen other places too. I mean, Rodman. It could happen at Crescent also. I'm sure there's fish in canals.
I don't know if there's enough room for another boat in there where Drew Benton is. Speaking of canals, but that'd make a great photo gallery. We get a chance to dial that in a little bit later on today on Bassmaster.com. We're keeping our eyes on the guy who's actually the defending champion here, the champion from 2016. Was win 15 for Rick Clun.
Oh my.
There's another good one. You're gonna get your own well, buddy.
Nice one.
That's a big one, man.
That looks like fun.
Rick Clun not looking at him.
Oh, I like your bag there. And not say keeps one from maybe jumping out.
Oh, yeah.
Rick Clun said he was worried about catching a limit, but obviously that is all working out, and the quality is there for Clun.
Absolutely. He
That is
guaranteed
awesome
quality,
to
and
see,
man, that's a
man.
guarantee you can obviously take to the bank. Take a look at this catch one more time there. Looks like fun stuff in Florida for sure. Oh, yeah.
Biggin for Clun.
5+, is it not?
Could we see a repeat? Could we see a repeat?
I don't know. I don't know who would have bet on that at the start of the week, but
I'd say
Look
he's
at
all
Z's
of
pick.
12 and a half pounds.
oh, he's looking great right now.
Look at Z's pick in fourth. Hunter
Uh-oh.
Shryock.
Hunter Shryock,
That's
yeah,
three
showing up
fish,
there.
too.
Yeah, if the big ones pull into your area, you got a better shot at
That's
winning.
how it works, Tommy.
I love that. I love that. It's all coming together on the St. Johns River on Bassmaster.
Peekaboo!
Live coverage of the Bassmaster Elite at St. Johns River will return after this short break.
Bassmaster sweepstakes prizes are crazy good, and you'd be crazy not to enter. Enter now for your chance to win a fishing trip with Chris and Trade Zaldane on New York's amazing St. Lawrence River. Trip includes airfare, rental car, hotel, and $500 cash, plus a Skeeter ZX190 with Yamaha outboard, Humminbird electronics, and an incredible prize pack. There's a 100% chance you won't win if you don't enter. Go to Bassmaster.com and up the odds in your favor. It's fast and easy, and who knows, you could win.
Let's go. Wake the streets up. Yeah. Wake the streets up. Come on.
Mother Nature is my playground. When I hit the trail, I drive hard. And Mother Nature, she hits back even harder. Line-X protects my vehicle inside and out. Guaranteed to withstand even the harshest of elements. I've learned that anything worth protecting is worth overprotecting. Because when protection matters most, I Line-X it. Visit Line-X.com today.
For the bass that thinks it's a bulldog. For the walleye that thinks it's a freight train. For the tuna that thinks it's a torpedo. For the tarpon that thinks it's a tarpon. You need the mono that thinks it's a braid. Suffix Advance. New Advanced Mono with HMPE braid molecules for strength, abrasion resistance, and low stretch. Suffix Advance. The mono that thinks it's a braid.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
It's just crazy. I'm still in shock. It just was meant to be for me this week.
We all have places we go that make us feel most alive. Sometimes it's a destination. Sometimes it's a pursuit. It's difficult to define, but when we're there, we know it. Time slows down. Smiles come easier. And the sense of calm is medicine for the soul. Now we join pro angler and 2017 Bassmaster Classic winner Jordan Lee as he takes us bass fishing in his home state of Alabama. This is his element.
So growing up in Alabama, it's really made me the fisherman I am today. There's a ton of different lakes that offer a different variety of fishing. Lake Guntersville, Smith Lake, you have spotted bass, you have river fishing, you have, pile-in impoundment. So that's one of the reasons I feel like it's got me where I'm at today is growing up. I started tournament fishing when I was early on in high school, 9th, 10th grade, and I started out of a John boat, a 99 horsepower on a little lake called Lake Otoma and near my hometown in Coleman, Alabama, and that's really where I learned how to, read the water and learn different techniques, and I built off that lake, kind of carried that to Guntersville, where I really got into the tournament scene there. That's really when I knew that, hey, this is something I want to do for a living. In my high school years is when that all went down. College fishing was definitely a big step for me and a big part of why I'm here today. And there was a lot of opportunities that College Bass and that Bassmaster really opened up for the younger generation, and it was something that I took advantage of. And when I won the College Classic bracket, it really opened up a lot of doors for me. And qualifying for the Classic was a dream of mine. It's something that every angler dreams of, is fishing the Bassmaster Classic. And 3 years later, after fishing the Elite Series, and I was fortunate enough to win the Bassmaster Classic in 2017, and that was really the highlight of my career, and that's the highlight of any angler's career. So it's definitely been a dream come true. When I first got hooked on bass fishing, it was to feel that fish on the end of the rod, end of the line, and to feel that pull. And that's something that hadn't gone away from me since the first. I can vividly remember my first encounter with catching 4 and 5 pounders, and when I was 10 years old, and that same feeling is the same feeling I get now, even after fishing professionally. Hooking that fish and finding that fish in the boat is something that will never get old. And the tournament fishing aspect of it is, it brings out the competition. I'm competing against the fish, day in and day out. There's always something to learn, and that's what I love about it. That's why fishing is my element.
Though they are often very different, each of us shares our own unique connection with the outdoors, a passion that drives us, defines us, and centers us. It's where we're most at home. It's where we're in our element.
Hey! Chuck Norris? Can you sign my Tacoma?
I'll be glad to.
From the fist of a legend rises a new action star, a hero who's there to save the day and the night. So fearless, so rugged, he's tough as Chuck.
You replaced me with a truck?
Toyota, let's go places.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha V-Max SHO. Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a V-Max SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover V-Max SHO and elevate your expectations.
It's the Power Pole, Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River, being brought to you live by Toyota.
We're getting a lot of the joys of Bassmaster Live. This is the 5th year that we're doing Bassmaster Live. It seems like we just rolled it out a little while ago.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't?
Nope.
You feel like you worked hard on it?
5
You
years
probably
ago.
have, and I just didn't notice. The Toyota Bassmaster Studios. Mark Zona, I'm Tommy Sanders. The Such is here as well. And Ronnie Morton. You know, another big part of Bassmaster Live, this is interactive. I mean, we have a conversation, right?
This has been great already. Just the first few hours of Bassmaster Live of the season. We've already had people joining the conversation. If you want to tweet us your photos of what you're eating for lunch, what you're prepping for the weekend, you at work, and how you're watching Bass Live. We got a couple fans already sending some stuff.
Uh-oh.
How about this one's up Zona's alley? TJ Miller.
Oh, I like that.
Y'all see
Chris
what I'm
Gaines from
seeing?
Black
I
Florida.
really like that, TJ. I'm going to right now, listen, TJ Miller is the Tabasco Hot Spice MVP of social media right
far.
now. That is fantastic.
Oh, my gosh.
Cliff
we are
Prince
seeing
and
that.
Garth Brooks, they're looking like doppelgangers right now.
That is spot on.
Yeah.
We've got look at the live mix. This is what we were talking about earlier. 2 ways to watch on Bassmaster.com. Bassmaster Live, Drew Benton hooked up with a bedfish there, and the live mix.
Now, the live mix is for folks that do not want to listen to us.
That is exactly.
Okay.
That
This
is true.
person probably has got a podcast
For
going
those
on
who
in his
have
ear.
two
right
screens to watch.
Somebody's watching Bassmaster Live on 60 full inches of a TV screen. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, that makes your picks come alive, that big screen right there.
It pops. It pops.
It does kind of pop a little bit.
Benjamin Clapp, finally some tournament fishing going on. Force 4-box there.
No, I really
some good
like
Twitter interaction there. Make sure you hashtag Bass Live.
Aww.
We even got a fan photo. They weren't identified here. Someone's child watching Bass Live playing with Legos. That's what I'm talking about.
Is it Trait Zaldane?
That's an Oklahoma State fan, obviously.
Who is that?
A fishing set of Legos there, isn't
What
it?
did you say?
I don't know.
So join the conversation. Hashtag Bass Live, hashtag Bassmaster, hashtag Bass Elite. Whatever you want to do, just join the conversation on social and get involved.
Fantastic stuff. Thank
Yes,
you,
sir.
Ronnie Moore. Bringing it alive. The conversation goes on between us and you and all the other fishing fans across the country. Moments ago, though, let's take a look at Bernie Schultz. Bernie's got the light line out there, a very, very nice-looking piece of water, and he's, exploiting it to the best of his
Notorious
ability.
area of Lake George.
Yeah.
The Bernie Schultz moments ago. Uh-oh. How clear that water is.
Uh-oh. Yep.
This is better than I thought. It looked really small up there and no water. Okay, that's 5. Just need to get rid of some of them.
A lot of attention in those springs area of Lake George. See so many boats around there. It's like it was in the past.
Slowly working your way. Yeah. Chipping away on them. I'm using 8-pound Suffix. It's a advanced line, really great line. And
now you can talk about your products. Now you're on channel 2 live, which is more
right.
product oriented.
So using a little VMC hook, a little Terminator, tungsten weight, tiny little thing, 16th ounce. And actually, yeah, that's 16th. And they're about a 3.5-inch tube jig. These are old tubes I got years ago from Guido Hibden, the guy that actually taught me how to do this. And I miss that guy. It's a shame he's gone. He was an awesome mentor to anybody that likes sight fishing. He was a master, and he'd share the knowledge. That's what was cool about him. Fierce competitor, but also fair, and he was a teacher. And first time I ever drew him, we fished right here. That's crazy. It was a fall tournament, and neither one of us really catching much. And he said he could sight fish here in the Silver Glen, and so I opted to go with him just because he was who he was and what I thought I could learn from him. And I can't tell you how much money I've made since that time throwing tube jigs, basically the way he taught me. That was a bonus. I thought the fish was maybe 12 inches.
Up, down.
I'd like to catch this one right here.
Going to get out to the water right now. We have finally tracked down Bassmaster MC Dave Mercer. Dave, kind of dial us in what you're seeing out there. And hey, great to have you back, friend.
Yeah.
Oh, it's great to be back, my friend. My friends, celebrating over 15 years together, Tommy Sanders and Mark Zona. So congratulations, an incredible, incredible team. But the talk on the dock this morning, obviously this morning, we're a little different than your regular Elite Series takeoff. It's the first event of the Elite Series season. A lot of anglers starting their career here in the Elite Series today. But the big talk that all the anglers were concerned about was the day off. Whether it's an angler who's fished the Elite Series from the beginning like Bill Lowen, or somebody brand new like Jeff Gustafson, that day off is new on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And we're not doing it at all events, but they had a day off yesterday. I mean, you think of all events that we have with that. Normally you pre-fish right up till the day before. Well, that day off, for a lot of anglers, it left them scratching their head because, as you guys have talked about all morning long, all it's done the last few days is get warmer and warmer. It didn't get real cool last night, and all those anglers said a lot is going to change here today, and all of them predicted it's going to get better as the day goes on, which, I mean, you would expect here in Florida.
David, one of the things every time that we've come to the St. Johns River, massive crowds, huge crowds. What's the forecast for today and tomorrow at the weigh-in?
Oh, it is a chance of a massive amount of Bassmaster freaks showing up. We had a couple of hundred people at takeoff this morning. It's so amazing, the Bassmaster Elite Series, no matter where we go, and especially when we come somewhere like this, Palatka, Florida, somewhere that we've been, I think this is our fourth or fifth time here. You build that following, and people are excited, and namely excited about the Prince of Palatka, of course, one and only Cliff Prince. Can he pull it off here this week?
That's one thing that's exactly what I was just going to bring up. If you really looked at the crowds the last time, the last 4 times we've been there, he has such a following within 2 hours of this body of water. Like the last time we were there, I mean, folks are coming to that weigh-in solely to look at this guy, Cliff Prince. Oh, yeah.
I'm not hearing you guys, but I'll tell you one of the things. I'm sorry, I'm not going to answer your question because I didn't hear it, Zona. Can you try to repeat it?
It really, if you look at hometown favorites, every time we go to different venues, Cliff Prince is truly at the top of that list every time we've come to the St. Johns River, where you could see that 100% of the crowd is pulling from. Dave can't hear us right now.
No, Dave. Okay. Well, we're going to let it go. Dave's having some trouble. We'll work that out with Dave because he's got a lot of stuff to report on. I know this is his first day of school. Right. He's got a well of information.
Look, I'm getting used to the studio. It's beautiful.
I know the table's a little awkward for you.
It's earth tone-ish, but the table is not doing something.
We're going to work on that. We're going to work. We're going to get it shimmed up to where it's just your size.
Shimmed up.
Stay tuned, and hopefully we can put something together later this afternoon.
All right. Cliff Prince, currently in 4th place, but guess who's in 1st place right now?
Why don't we...
Who do we think is in 1st place?
How about Rick Clun?
Yes, exactly.
That
defending champion Rick Clun.
Clun fishing the north end of Lake George.
And not by a little, by 3 pounds he's leading the pack.
Yeah, last fish went in as a 5.5 pounder. John Cruz topped him, though, to jump up to 3rd with a 5.14.
I've got to get used to looking at the mini board scrolling at the bottom where it says B. Cobb, because I thought Bob Cobb was on him. He already had a couple fish in the pot.
He is on him always.
That would be Brandon Cobb, but.
That put Clun up to 17 1/4, average about 3.5 pounds of fish.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Oh, how much have we got for?
About a 1/4 pound more.
Total on that last fish?
Oh, about 2 1/4 maybe.
Okay. I didn't see you switch call tags. You're quick.
Kyle Monty, you can see he's hooked up right there, but our picture just froze momentarily. We may be getting that information. We may be able to show it to you in a second here. Drew Benton on the left.
Small keeper for Monty right there.
Yeah.
Things have slowed down a little bit for Drew Benton. Also looking for, it's interesting that a lot of the anglers said that water took a 5 to 10 degree spike on Tuesday, from Tuesday morning to Tuesday afternoon. From 55 to 65 degrees by the end of the day.
It got down 50s at night, and it was 85 degrees yesterday afternoon.
Each passing day, the sunlight gets a little more direct too, more radiation. It just
Big fish alert, John Cruz. 9 pounds, 6 ounces came across Bass Track. Yes, sir,
Good
22
heavens.
pounds total.
Where's that
That
put
could be a 10-pounder if it's on Bass Track at 9 something.
Man, oh man.
We're going to try to dial him up.
Yeah. An APB out on John Cruz.
You know, one thing, if you looked at, we talked about this a little bit earlier in the broadcast, the St. Johns River, it's always a very top-heavy tournament, okay? If you look at the weights, if you really look at it, whether it's day one or day two, it always seems like there are massive stringers at the top.
But not evenly distributed.
Not even, it is a very...
Yeah. You're right.
Feast or famine situation when we come here. Like you see, like you know, like what John Cruz is doing. Whoa! You can be 100 yards away and weigh in 9 pounds.
Yeah.
Well, for Cruz, he's got a 9-pounder, almost a 6-pounder, and a 4-pounder, and then 2 less than a pound. So his
right.
A 114 and a 14 ounce,
which is typical. It's typical Florida fishing where you see 1 or 2 giants in a stringer, then a couple solid fish. But what I'm saying is that you don't see as much as those in-between weights, those 14 to 18 pound stringers here. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, you see massive stringers, and then you'll see a pile of 7 to 11 pound stringers.
Bernie Schultz again, got another small one on right there.
Gosh, it looks like he's smallmouth fishing with it as clear as that water is.
That's the light line.
Beautiful.
Just a
fish in a tube.
That's an old Florida blue hole look right there for sure.
He would be right at home. He's great on the St. Lawrence River, even though so far away from his actual home.
$22 for John Cruz. That's impressive.
Yeah, his fish layout is a 9.6, a 5.14, a 4-pounder, a 1.14, and a 14-ouncer.
Almost 4.5 pound average.
So if he calls those last 2, he could be up around that 28-12 that Davey Hype projected, that high 20s bag.
Or near 30. Or over 30.
You know something we haven't done all day? Taking a look at the St. Johns River here, Tom, and I'll be dead honest with you. I've been disappointed that you haven't fed me with something.
What would you like? I'm sorry.
I'd like the power pole replay.
How about the power pole replay of the day? Would it be this fish right here?
Drew Benton earlier today catching the male off of that bed and basically doing a little bit of blind sight fishing. Said he had a giant located. Caught the male, let it go. It was a keeper fish, let it go. And about 10 minutes after that, landed this true Palatka floater. Oh. Hey, Drew Benton, you know who you are, my friend?
Yes.
So far in this event, you are the power pole replay.
That's what I'm talking about right there, baby.
Nice. Fully
That's how you
concur
start
with
the
that.
2019 Bassmaster Elite Series. Whoa! Get fired up for that, baby.
We are. Benton headed for the Geico Bassmaster Classic on the strength of his performance on Lake Travis last season, 2018. One of the guys to watch. Tennessee River there in Knoxville, Tennessee. That's a big date. Mark it on your calendar because that's going to be a huge one. The World Championship. Right now we got the championship of the first event for 2019 and with the giant lead. 9-pounder plus, could be a 10-pounder. Rob died. Robbie Latuso from Louisiana moving up into there. Under Shryock, one of your picks. Mark Zona, Fighter in there. Drew Benton Despite that fish barely hanging in the top 10, we'll be back with more.
The Power Pole Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is brought to you by Nitro Boats, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Triton Boats, Talon, and by Yamaha.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
Chuck Norris, can you sign my Tacoma? I'll be glad to.
From the fist of a legend rises a new action star. A hero who's there to save the day and the night. So fearless, so rugged, he's tough as Chuck.
You replaced me with a truck?
Toyota, let's go places.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha B.A.S. SHO. Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a B.A.S. SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover B.A.S. SHO and elevate your expectations.
It's the Power Pole Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River, being brought to you live by Toyota.
Bassmaster Live. You know, this is one of the places, along with Lake Seminole, where you spent some time last week, where bass fishing really started in these United States. People would come down in the winter trying to escape the snow and the ice, and this is what they'd take up this sport right here. And from that, it grew into the big-time sport.
Hey, look, there was snow and ice here last week.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. But right now, it is perfect. 85 degrees yesterday, warm nights, and the result, how about the defending champion, Rick Clun, taking over the lead for a good part of this morning. Just a pleasure to be here in St. John's River. There's no place like it. No place really even like it. 300 miles long, biggest river in the state of Florida, runs out to the Atlantic Ocean there in Jacksonville. But here down at the bottom end, or the upper end as far as the flow goes, Woodruff, Dexter, those have played in years past.
Exactly right. Really between Dexter and up to Lake George right there is where we're seeing a lot of our guys, basically our sight fishing guys, are in that region of the system for the simple fact, just warmer water. From there, go up to Rodman Reservoir, where we just found out Scott Canterbury and Keith Combs sitting in the lock, making their way into Rodman. Up from there is where you get into the true river system of the St. John's River, right around Palatka, Florida. And the major player on that river system, all those shell bars, is basically within 5 miles north, 5 miles south of Palatka. Not as much attention this time around as we move up towards Jackson.
Yeah, there's always a cutoff that's right when you get to Jacksonville, but the effective cutoff is several miles below that.
Absolutely.
It's the way it's worked out each and every year we've been here. Cliff Cliff Prince looking as though he is heading back down, or I should say upriver. As we go south, we're going upriver. It's hard to get your mind wrapped around that. Cliff Prince, who had the lead to start out our day for a good long while now, sits in 4th place.
Gosh, and what a Florida fishing day. We always make the comment, Florida is so much, I know that it's as nuts as this sounds, Florida is so much like fishing in the north where the fish just want good weather. We talked about it last week with Drew Benton, where it seems when you get into Tennessee and Kentucky and Alabama, those largemouth love those fronts. They love wind and rain and nasty weather. That is not the case in Florida. The fish are just like the people. Basically, they like it calm, sunny, and warm.
Stable, yeah.
Said he missed her. She hadn't really seen what I'm throwing yet, so maybe we can get her to go.
Bernie Schultz sitting on a spot where he told us he learned how to do this, fishing this when he drew out one of the greatest of all time, Guido Hibdon.
Absolutely.
His bass track is not working.
Bernie's is not.
I remember seeing a Bassmaster with Guido Hibdon on Lake Seminole. On Lake Seminole. It was,
she actually has 2 boyfriends. There's
Z?
a male on each side of that log. That's a root wad, and the log goes out to the left. And there's one on this side and one on that side, and she's bouncing back between the beds.
Z or pick Hunter Shrike
This one on this side.
just caught a 210. He's jumped up ahead of Prince in the 5th.
They washed this out, didn't they?
Kyle Monty still looking for a limit. Florida angler.
So the worst part about a snail knot, can't hardly get it off the hook.
Very, very little experience here on the St. John's, even though he's a Florida angler. Only he fished a high school, a Bassmaster High School College Championship here back in 2010.
Well, it's a different place from Okeechobee, that's for sure. I mean, it's like a world of difference.
And he was vocal yesterday. He goes, man, I really hope this does not turn into a sight fishing gig because I have found none.
Oh. It's looking a little bit like a sight fishing gig right now.
Well, but watching Rick Clun, what's take the river element out of this, like guys like Cliff Prince are doing, and we saw Combs doing earlier. When these fish make that transition to making love, they are so hard to catch casting. They are so hard to catch just, whether you're winding a lipless or just kind of,
yeah.
you know what I mean?
Conventional, non-spawning
yes.
baits. Yeah.
But the other side is on a body of water like this, they don't, it's not like other states.
You can almost do brain surgery.
It's not like other states where the majority of the fish spawn in a month cycle. These fish spawn from late November to late April. So there's always a contingency of fish doing something different besides just being on the bank.
It wasn't really that bad, but it's not worth it. Just a straight shank flipping hook. Got a snail knot on it, 1.5 ounce weight. This your, standard punch rig for us, but the snail knot, when you tie it, see how when you set the hook, it kind of kicks it up, and that helps with that big weight, because a lot of times that big weight will blow their mouth open, and with this knot, it kind of kicks it out past the weight itself. Got a couple bobber stops on it just to keep it pegged down, because you don't want it sliding up a lot, or you're not going to be as efficient going in and out. Well, this is, I think it's called the Seven Sisters area. It's just off the main river. I didn't have too much luck fishing shallow in the main river, and I didn't have too much luck fishing way back where they're gonna go. This is kind of in between. And first day of practice, I was out offshore, just out in front of this area, graphing around and not doing any good, and it was almost dark, and I seen a little mat blown in where we first pulled in here, and 2 flips, I caught a 5-pounder, and I was like, okay, maybe there's something to that. Golly. He didn't have it. And so then I started, the last day of practice, I started running around and marking some of this stuff. I took my hook off and just started trying to duplicate this. It seems like the banks that are a little bit deeper in here, because some of them are shallow, were better. But it's got to have current like this. Seemed to be key. The water moving was better. High tide was the best, just because I feel like they felt more comfortable sliding up in there. But what you're looking for when you're flipping mats like this are ones that look like they've been there for a while, something that's locked in, and that's what these lily pads are acting as, they hold that cover in there, and so this stuff has probably been here for a little while, and that also gives the fish some comfort when they're pulling up to something. They don't want to be in that stuff that just blows in. They want to be in something that's been there for a while. Feels like a home to them. And there was just a lot of this in here. I don't know, I don't know enough about this system to know if this is a good area or not. It's just where I got some bites, and in practice they were few and far between. But the fact that I could go in here and run this pattern around and get 5 or 6 bites gave me some confidence. I don't know if it's going to last a day, 2 days, if the big ones are still here or not, but we're going to give it a little while and maybe go back out offshore.
Kyle Monty,
in practice, I had to really work that thing up and down 3 or 4 times. And today they're hitting it fairly aggressive, so that's a good sign. They're hitting it on the first drop a lot of times here. But like right here,
Monty, as you pointed out, relative newcomer here, talking about how you break down such a vast place, and how do you plant yourself where they're coming to you when they're moving up to spawn. That's a hard ask.
You can see he was concerned yesterday coming into this tournament. He really felt that if he couldn't get that main river gig going, fishing those shell bars, that it was going to be a massive scramble, is kind of what you're seeing today. Such, did you have something?
Oh, yeah. Brandon Card has jumped up to 7th place with an 8.5 pound catch.
Yeah.
And that's only his 2nd fish. He's over 10 pounds.
Right now, I just feel like they want to be out on these edges a little bit more. This is something we do a lot of on Okeechobee. Granted, we don't have the current and stuff like this, but the cover is really similar. If you've got mats blown into lily pads like this, or blown into reeds or cattails, just something that holds them there is really key. for finding the spots that are going to produce over and over again. But I didn't get many bites out of those small ones like that. Had to be a little bit bigger. Like this one right here. Water's still 61. That's what it was in practice.
Air temperature today probably
That's,
around 81 degrees according to TH Marine. Weather watch there. You can see it right there, the low tonight. 53 degrees, a little cool tonight, but
tomorrow 81 degrees.
Yeah.
No wind again. Going to help those guys up eye spying and looking around. Saturday's when it's going to make that turn. High of 66 degrees, northeast wind, 15. Let me put it this way.
Okay.
The guys that are looking at them better make hay today and tomorrow.
And everything tells us that, as you say, it's not everyone benefits, but some guys are making hay today. That's for sure. Going to have a heck of a weigh-in today. That's what we're looking at the end of the day. Dave Mercer, we saw him earlier. He's back, ready to go, ready to.
And he is fired up about those Canadian kids.
Oh, he is.
You got the Johnston brothers, Jeff Gustafson,
Gussie.
That's right. Gussie of the. I think it's Gussie of the Lake.
Gussie of the. That's it. Yeah, they're going to.
Look, I'm like our viewers. I'm learning at the same time.
Absolutely, we've got to all do that, everyone. Yeah, he's ready to unleash the fury. And the fans, great here. They come up, they show up. They want to see what Cliff Prince has done, primarily, as you point out. Yeah. But Kyle Muncie trying to do his best to keep pace with the rest of the field. Hasn't jumped one of those big spawners yet, but he's looking toward that. Ron Moore standing by. I mean, you are showing the big picture.
Yes.
What do we call this segment? You are showing us the world through your magic screen right there,
It's
Ronnie.
the ask and you shall receive. We wanted to see John Cruz's 9-pound 6-ouncer, the one that's possibly a double digit. And Marshall Brett Schmidt sent this in. Brett Schmidt sent this in. That is a bona fide giant. It's hard to tell the girth and size of a double digit sometimes when you hold them and cradle them like that. But John Cruz with that one, and then moments later after that 9.6, Mr. Brandon Card with an 8-pounder on Bass Track as well. So we've got 2 big ones over 8 pounds if you count in Drew Benton's. We got 3 at least at minimum around that 7+ range. And I'm going to take you guys over here to the map and kind of show you a little bit where John Cruz caught it, and it kind of will make sense with how we saw Drew Benton fishing and some of these other guys. So if you come down to this, this is like Little Lake George, what you'd call it, just north of the Big Lake George, and some of these back little canals. This is named Mud Creek, obviously probably not the clearest place on the fishery, but protected from the current that runs out on the St. John's. And some of these little tributaries, some of these little cuts have clear spots within them. You'll be able to see those sight fish, and that's what I assume John Cruz did, unless he was flipping some maybe heavy cover.
One question for you, Ronnie, maybe you can help us out for the fans at home. Predominantly when we come here, we always say Lake George swallows at least 75% of the field. Are we seeing that?
There's a good portion of them. There's a lot in the river. We'll get into maybe in the afternoon session about some of those shell bars. We'll have you explain where you see them, where people would position them if fans at home wanted to go to these places. But a lot of those shell bars, the river's factored. We saw Cliff Prince. It's midday, and he's running from the big bridge in Palatka. From north, he's going south, so he's been above the bridge most of the morning. Keith Combs going over to Rodman. A lot of different factors are playing because George doesn't have that grass.
You want to know who's killing it today? You.
Get out of here.
Right there.
Look at that go. Look at that kid go.
Absolutely. Mr. Magic Vision taking us all over the lake. I tell you who's had a magic day so far, and he started in early, and that is Drew Benton. Let's get back out.
Ooh, in a very popular area right here of Lake George.
That's beautiful.
Gosh, that is bass fishing, man. Look at that.
He just bit me one time. He's real timid acting today. Yeah, I went by on the inside of him the last day of practice, and he just stared me down. He's one of them. It was like, I dare you to throw something over here. I'll show you what I'll do with it. Today, you can just tell something's wrong. But he could be caught. Here we go. In the mouth. Finally got to look at one today. Got to see him eat it. He close to 3, huh?
Big male.
Had him trained better than that. That's number 5. Let's go catch one of these big ones around the corner.
He's got 5 fish, Drew Benton. He just informed us right there. We missed one somewhere.
I think it's really cool to listen to Drew sight fishing, and he'll tune them up a little bit, get them barking at the bait, get them to commit to it, so that he doesn't snag them.
Back in there, but these bigger ones are out here on the south side.
It was incredible to see him just lay it out exactly, call a shot on that big one he caught earlier, exactly how he would take care of the male. And on which cast the big female would bite. That's
exceptional at this style fishing.
At Chris Johnston, just mentioned him, caught his first one, but his brother Corey has a 3.5 and a 3, and he's up to 11 pounds. Derek Hudnall just landed a 5-pounder.
Wow.
It's about 12.5.
I'm going to tell you that it could be unbelievable after our break this afternoon. The warmer this water gets.
Kind of muddy through here. Looks like somebody's already been through here.
And that's just today. It should get better tomorrow, you know.
Big bass, big stage, big dreams.
Where do you get that from?
I heard it somewhere.
Like Ron.
Right in front of me, reading it.
Killing it.
Yeah.
Hunter, you're killing it, Z. He just filled out his limit. He's up to 3rd place, 3-pounder.
Boy, your pick is looking really good.
15.5 pounds almost.
Hats off to you, friend.
Thank you.
Plenty of fishing left.
I didn't want to go chalk. I was on more of an upside.
Are you gonna just critique our picks all day, or what are you gonna do?
No, listen. Drew Benton and Cliff Prince, I would say, are pretty good picks.
Still hanging in there.
I saw
We'll put it
one
that
here
way.
the other day, about 11 pounds. Just huge. One of the biggest ones I've saw swimming in a long time. And I looked for him that last day of practice, or her, and I couldn't find her nowhere.
Boy, a popular pick down here is Brandon Lester. He just got a 2.5-pounder. He's only got about 6 pounds, though.
Close to 4 or 5 right here.
Guilty.
Every time I'd come by this corner, he'd come out from that undercut bank right there. And there was another smaller one on bed right there. Oh, you see that? He was looking at it. I don't know if it was that fish, but something. Oh, I see him. It's just a little male. There was a daggum good one that would come out Like every time it's like you spooked him out from right here. I never saw what he was on, but it was every day. I come through here 2 different days. The better ones were right here though. There was like 3 big ones hanging around this little bitty male up there shallow. And he ain't even there no more. Ain't that some crap? Well, there's the little male. There was 3 big females just hanging all out right in here. Couldn't make them leave for nothing.
Stetson Blaylock with a 4-pounder to get over 10 pounds.
Here somewhere. I don't think he was on the bed yet. Well, that's interesting. I really expected them big ones to be on bed right back there. Unless somebody come through here and caught them already. I wonder what happened to them. There's that little one. Get it, baby. I mean, what in the world? Surely nobody caught them. Look right here. That blows my mind. Ooh, there's a big one.
What? Mm-mm.
I don't know what he's on, but there's a friggin' fat one. I mean a fat one. Like it turned on its side and it was just a big old bulge. But I can't tell if it was even a bed there. It's so dark in here. The sun just hit it just right.
Drew Benton trying to reconnect with some new friends he made a couple of days ago, and looks like he's had one answer the door right there. Drew Benton right now sitting there in the top 10. No, excuse me, just outside the top 10.
There's only 3 fish still.
Only 3 fish.
Yeah, that's a big.
Yeah, he has his limit in reality, but Bass Track only has 3 fish right now.
Okay, yeah. John Cruz, the man on top with 22 pounds. Could we be headed for a 30-pound bag today? It certainly looked that way early this morning when Drew Benton went to work in that canal.
Exactly right, Tommy Sanders. Replay of the day. No doubt about it. Earlier today, Drew Benton booking the male off of bed and kind of blind sight cast into this nest. About 10 minutes after that, catching an absolute giant St. John's River bass.
Had an eyeful the day before, or the last practice day, I should say.
Yes, got your big butt. Woo! That's what I'm talking about right there, baby.
And he's got a couple really small fish in the live well, so a lot of room to grow
Bassmaster Elite
for
Series.
Drew Benton later today.
Get fired up for that, baby.
Just a nice way to start 2019. My God, what a fish like that. Calling his shot. Said, I'm going to take the male away, and on 2 casts later, I'll have this one on, and that's exactly
You
what
can tell he is definitely on hunt mode right now.
Yeah.
Has not relocated some of those bigger bass, but an eventful morning on Bassmaster Live.
Boy, you don't get too many mornings like that. That is just fantastic stuff. And first time we've ever done a first day of one of these events. And
Except for the Classic.
Except for the Classic.
Exactly.
We do every day of the Classic, as we will this year from the Tennessee River. But man, the action is on the St. John's this week. 80-degree temperatures after an extended cold snap. All these guys know that either they themselves or someone else is going to benefit from some big ones moving up.
I'm going somebody weighs in bigger than 30 today.
Do you really?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going
It
there.
sure seems to be headed that way. What we have seen so far in a relatively short period of time. It's gone by so fast this morning on Bassmaster Live. The first of 4 days of fishing on the St. John's River. 4 biggest 5 fish limits, when we add them all up, will be the winner. We're going to take our traditional lunchtime break right now. We'll keep the VCRs rolling here on Bassmaster Live.
Monty. Kyle Monty out on the lake right now, one of our 6 live anglers today.
Probably had the same idea as we did, but you know, they doesn't take long when you're doing this. I mean, you could fish for a couple hours and
Here we go, the Bassmaster Elite Series. This is the Power Pole Elite from the St. Johns River in Palatka, Florida, presented by Toyota. This is our live coverage. Bassmaster Live. Got 3 more hours coming up. We're going to take you all the way up to weigh-in time at 3:30 Eastern Time. And we have got a lot to show you about what has happened so far today, and who knows what's going to happen this afternoon. If it's half as good as this morning, you might want to make plans to stick with us. You might want to call your friends who don't know we're on the first day of this tournament. This is new for us on a regular season event. There's our leaderboard. John Cruz on the strength of a 9+ pound largemouth bass sits atop with a good margin over our defending champion, Mark Zona, Rick Clun. Are those the two names you pictured on top of the leaderboard today?
It's been an interesting morning, and really, right before we went to our break is when you started to see that leaderboard bounce around. And as we talked about this morning, as this water warms up and starts to spike, if we're going off of what our anglers that we have cameras on told us, that's when we're going to see it really heat up on the St. Johns.
Well, let's take a look at our Toyota midday report, get everyone caught up on what's been going on this morning. As we say, it was remarkable. It was just about everything you could hope for in the first day of a season. Rick Clun, let's take a look at his catches to make 17 pounds and 4 ounces starting at 9:30 this morning.
Right, and if you really look at the timeline of his fish catches, just steady quality bass. Rick Clun talked to us yesterday afternoon and said, man, I'm really concerned with just catching the limit. Well, he has got that done. Predominantly, every fish that he's caught has almost come on a different lure.
Yeah, absolutely, and spending his time fishing. You pointed that out. That was one of his goals. Don't be driving around, be fishing. Be fishing pays off for Rick Clun with a great, great morning. Who knows what he can achieve this afternoon. There he is right now, Rick Clun. From the St. John's, of course, he is the defending champion. 2014, not so good for him. Of course, the other 3 not so great for him. Didn't make the cut the 3 previous trips, but boy, he made up for it in 2016, making his 15th Bassmaster victory. That's an impressive number, folks. We can tell you for sure. Rick Clun, the mastery of what's going on here.
Yeah, I just wanted to.
There you go. The last time we were here, that's where he caught about 31 pounds over the first 2 days, equal that total on a single day.
Exactly, and really that's been the theme of every time the Bassmaster Elite Series has come to this body of water. Somewhere in your 4-day total, you're going to have a crazy massive bag, and you almost have to protect it on each side of that bag. Just stay consistent and bust one huge string.
There's some tournaments you can get by with one absolutely failure day. I don't think this is one of those tournaments. You have to sort of keep in the game, more or less, each of the 4 days. There's Cliff Prince. That's away his catch. He was actually our first leader today. Well, maybe our second leader, but he kept the lead for a good long while, just on steady catching him, and he has been a machine.
Exactly right. Probably more fish catches than any angler that we had a camera with earlier today. I think we got him a little bit more than that unofficially, just a hair more than that. Cliff Prince said the name of the game for him is to survive these first 2 days. These first 2 days when he said, look, I know the sight fishermen are going to catch them. I have to sustain and just get myself to the 3rd day when the front is supposed to hit.
The way the daily catch shook out for Cliff Prince. Again, we think, as you say, we've got maybe a bit more, maybe a good bit more than 11 pounds even. Cliff Prince, of course, the native of Palatka here. He's going to be a big favorite at weigh-in time coming up today. Actually, the weigh-in festivities start here on Bassmaster.com at 3:10. Scheduled to start at 3:10 Eastern time, local time.
Mercer predicting that it's going to be his best weigh-in of the 2019 season today. It is fantastic.
This is the most important day of the season until we get to tomorrow.
Got to watch a great rotation so far today with Cliff Prince, who was throwing a Carolina rig, a jerkbait, a lipless crankbait, a little bit of swim bait mixed in there. I thought it was interesting. He said the river system of the St. John's, all these muscle bars, said way more pressure this time around. We talked about it earlier. With the void of all the eel grass in Lake George, he said, man, he goes, there's been a lot more company in the river system this time.
About the only thing we haven't seen is the prop bait yet. Usually that rears its head on this body of water.
We'll get to see a little bit more of it. Yes, absolutely.
Oh, you sound like
Cliff Prince knows every corner, every little hiding place in this vast fishery here that stretches for, when you count the adjacent lakes, the crescents, and all over the Rodmans. It's massive. It's huge. It's as big as we'll fish this year.
If you've gone off the history, seeing Cliff Prince with his biggest fish earlier today, that prop bait's a main player on predominantly all Florida lakes, but it lets a lot of these guys know where those fish are spawning. These fish are so incredibly hard to see. Yeah. It just gives them a visual of where they're at.
Now that's what I'm talking about right there.
"75 anglers going for 4 days here. Try to make the cut after day number 2, and then another cut happens after day number 3. Get our group that'll go for the first blue trophy of the year, the first Bassmaster Elite Series Championship. It's so hard to come by.
See Cliff Prince's history here on the St. John's, a 6th, 16th. Cradled in there with a 56. He actually took us for a ride that year.
Yes, he did.
Took us for a tour.
It was a
He's letting it eat.
good high-speed ride up there, especially when we hit Lake George and had those 2-footers. That was fun.
Yeah, settle down,
good
Cowboys.
fun.
Settle down. Yeah. It 95th place in 2016. 95th place after day 1. And really, if he didn't stumble on day 1,
oh my God,
potentially could have blown that away.
Wipeout would have been 80 plus, or maybe closer to 90 pounds for Cliff Prince. That was just one of the big. I'm sure he had nightmares about that.
He couldn't call all day. He said it's the biggest mistake he's ever made. He still loses sleep over it.
Did allow him to practice and fish the rest of that
Drew
day.
Benton was losing sleep thinking about what he had seen on this lake the last practice day, and he made it real.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Get fired up for that, baby.
We are fired up for that. That's the way it happened. 9:05 a.m. this morning when he caught that 6-pound, 7-ouncer.
And he had a under 10-pound day last time here, or he might have been holding.
Boy, if you look at his live well, you look at those catches right there. We actually do have him. We have him with 5 fish, correct, Ron?
Yes, he had caught 5 fish.
Yes.
One of them probably is like a 3-pounder. That last male was like a good one. So that 5th one would put him up to 13 to 14 pounds probably.
But Benton with a lot of room to move with a couple of 1.5-pound fish in his live well, and what he predicted as the best time of day coming.
And it's not like he's been fishing this whole entire time. He's been going from sight fish to sight fish, so his day hasn't been full of as many casts as other anglers probably.
The way it shook out 2016 for Drew Benton, a great debut as a Bassmaster Elite Series angler. 2nd place after day number 1. Dropping down the leaderboard, but wrapped it up in 4. That is as solid a start as you can have.
He was beardless in that tournament. He looked like he was 9 years old.
He did.
Remember
he
back
a
to
lot
that.
younger.
He had 2 7-pounders on the final day.
Ooh.
Here's Bernie Schultz, the veteran from Florida, Gainesville, Florida, with so much experience here. Now, seeking out some very clear water.
Solid first fish for Bernie right here. Fishing the clearest water connected to Lake George. Been fishing areas that we've seen so many competitors in years past and a lot of competitors today. You know, we had a lot of questions online. You see a lot of tilapia beds around them. That water's so clear. Tilapia beds, and a lot of those are old bass beds. It's not like this is the first wave that's come in here on the St. John.
You kind of schooled everybody on that. You say they start coming in November, and this will go on for another month or so.
Absolutely.
Right? Continuous thing. The bottom line is the St. John's River is crawling with giant largemouth, and
this is better than
there are going to be some, not all, but some guys capture it.
No water.
A good selection of them today. Bernie Schultz fishing in a spot that he originally fished with Guido Hibden back in the day when he drew him out in the tournament. Kyle Monty, another Florida angler, coming up in the Okeechobee area, trying to figure out what's going on here on the St. John's River.
Kyle Monty said, he goes, look, man, the fish are moving so much, and this is one of those tournaments. He called it, just like Keith Combs, a very dangerous tournament. He said they're moving so much, you almost kind of have to just forget about practice. Started out on the shell bars on the St. John's River. Since then, we have seen him go shallower.
Monty from Belle Glade, Florida, had a good college career and waiting for his big break today, that is for sure. Still looking for the big one to come into the boat. That's where we are, state of Florida. Good place to be in early February. Always. If you want to come down and do some serious bass fishing in a legendary place, this is where you come, the St. Johns River.
Exactly right. What kind of start on the bottom end? What do you see? Woodruff or Dexter? So many big bags come out of Dexter in years past, from Lake George all the way up to Rodman to the west.
And now live with Drew Benton. That's not where Bernie Schultz was earlier. It looks exactly like it. Down to the haystack, the stub, and everything.
I believe it is. Yeah. They were close on Lake George. This is right off the Lake George, so they were close already, but he must have went in there.
The same log.
Yeah.
Come on, biggin.
Little bit of a ripple, not much wind today or tomorrow. That's good news for guys doing what you're looking at right now.
Oh, got a manatee.
Sure do, yeah.
Couple.
So gorgeous.
Schooled up. Steve Kennedy.
That is a wolf pack of manatees.
Do not disturb.
Steve Kennedy posted a photo on social media yesterday of a manatee laying on its back on the bottom sleeping. It had its two flippers on its chest. It was laying on its back sleeping. It was cool.
Hope it was just sleeping.
If you ever see me in that position, come get me, because I won't be sleeping.
I have.
Thank you, and I still appreciate it.
I thought you were going to say rub my belly.
Well.
Can I read a quote from our leader, John Cruz? The fishing's going to be a complete grind. It could turn out great. It's Florida. You might be able to scramble together a 5/5 limit that will make people cheer, but I've yet to catch a limit any one day of practice.
Wow.
And that's from sunup to sundown. So... And Chris Zaldain said that yesterday, that the guy who wins this thing may not know he's on the fish. So it's...
You know, we told you when we went away for our little noontime break that we would keep the VCRs rolling.
We did.
We did capture some things. We captured Bernie Schultz capturing a bass. Check this out.
Well, that one will help. It ain't big, but it's better than the one I got. here. Come on. I got one in here, it's a razor.
The keeper for Bernie Schultz, 2/3 of the field has his keeper at this point in the boat.
Sweet quad box right there. Cliff Prince, Drew Benton, Calmonte, Bernie Schultz. The one thing we didn't talk about that we got to see firsthand of all the times that we've come to the St. Johns River, these spawners are not easy to catch. They get an incredible amount of local pressure. Like if you go onto a lot of these flats where you'll see these springs come in and that water's clear, there is a local every quarter mile during the week.
So the fish get educated and the locals get educated
Absolutely.
with a spawn that lasts for 3 months, right? You know, everybody wants to try their hand at it.
One back there.
Cliff Prince said he would go and do this for a while today, and so he is.
Left the main river, which is what we've seen him do every year we've come here.
Here's a cool shot if you want it.
Taking a look at Drew Benton.
I just don't know if it's catchable or not.
Definitely looking at one. Bernie Schultz very close together.
We had a fan ask what Drew Benton was spraying. We saw him spray some stuff just a couple minutes ago into the water. It's normally like a solution of like Dawn dish detergent, and water, and it creates that slick spot so he can see better into the water. Might have been in a different container, but it was a water soap mixture to smooth off the surface.
Kind of pushes pollen away.
Yeah, you see it later in the spring when the trees are really slinging out the pollen.
Jay Yellis making a move. You just caught a 3 1/4 and a 2 1/2
tougher
pounder.
day than I thought it was going to be.
Jay's got a limit. He's in the top 20.
That's
Jay
for
Ellis
sure.
made a few cuts in his life. Drew Benton's made 13 cuts in his 3 years on the Bassmaster Elite Series. No, I'm sorry, 13 top 20s. Excuse me. He makes a cut more than 50% of the time, so that's not bad at all. Looking to make a big splash here this week.
Dude, there's 4 or 5 right there. But I just don't think they're catchable. They're up there rubbing. Been fished for a bunch. They might be catchable tomorrow. That's kind of what I'm thinking.
If you're not seeing the angler you want to see right now, you might want to check out the live mix. All 6 of our anglers that we have on our cameras that we started with today are on, and you can go over there and make a selection. Sort of follow that angler exclusively for a while. It's a new feature, Bassmaster.com this year.
Except for that really big one that I saw. Of course, it ain't come back at all yet. None of these will really help me a ton. I almost think you got to gamble, leave them, and come back later and just hope somebody don't catch them. Give them time to set up. I mean, it's only 12. It's only 1 o'clock. We've got till 4:45.
Brad Watley with a 7-pounder across Bass Track, climbs into the top 10, I believe. He's 8th, 14.5 pounds. 7-pounders heal you real quick, don't they, Z?
Typical Florida, 1 or 2 big bites, backed up with a couple 2-pounders, puts you in that 18 to 20 pound class. It's interesting listening to Benton talking right now. A lot of these fish are just setting up, and you've heard him make a comment several times. I don't know if any of these fish are catchable right now, but having that later flight will definitely help him out.
And I've seen a couple other nice pairs swimming, female pairs, not male and female. It tells me there's a movement of fish coming in. Seeing that, I just don't think it's a good idea to leave. I want to leave so bad. I want to go try some other stuff. But when you got 3 and 4 pounders coming in and a couple of 5s, you could get well in a hurry. That right there is about a 3 and a 6 together. He's looking at it. And they're rubbing bellies. Sometimes you can get them to go when they're in the act, but it's hard. They're so intent on spawning.
Bernie Schultz was talking about getting right, guys, and how it can happen in a hurry, especially when the spawn is on in Florida. And a couple of these guys, we've showed you guys John Cruz's 9 to 10 pound fish that he caught earlier, and then Brandon Card's 8+ pound fish. There's been a couple other anglers catching, those 4 to 6 pounders, those real solid ones that'll help your bag as well. One of those was Brett Pruitt. Caught a pretty good one early this morning, fishing around some cypress trees, a little bit different than just the normal bank that you see. Brandon Card caught some. Or Brandon Cobb caught some. Derek Hudnall landed a good one. Some of our Marshall picks have been fantastic. This is from Andy Crawford's photo gallery early this morning. Jason Williamson and Micah Frazier boat to boat fishing the same point. Both of them catching fish this morning. It's a good deal when you're catching fish like that and you're culling those, seeing which ones make the cut. Shane LeHue caught a good one. He's fishing, looks like pretty much open water, maybe some offshore stuff. Paul Mueller's getting in a roll. He's got 4 or 5 fish. He's upgrading at the moment as well. And then this was the one that we saw on live, Cliff Prince's 4 to 5 pound fish that he caught, his kicker this morning. Steve Bowman was there with photos to capture that moment. Good moment for Cliff Prince this morning. And then Robbie Latuso, he just caught this one just before I stepped over here. Robbie Latuso's in our top 5 right now, and that fish is one reason why that he's in contention. So some pretty big fish moving up. Like you said, it's going to be changing in the afternoon really, really quick, and 3 and a 6 pounder on bed for Bernie Schultz. It can happen any moment for these guys.
All right, all those available. You can find them on Bassmaster.com right now.
They're on the blog, the Marshall Photo Gallery, Steve Bowman's Early Morning Gallery, and Andy Crawford's Gallery, Thomas Allen's Gallery. They're all up on the website right now. Afternoon coverage to come.
All right, afternoon coverage continues here on Bassmaster Live. We got a big weigh-in coming up at 3:10, and you gave us some inside info about
exactly
that
right. Dave Mercer said potentially it's going to be the best weigh-in of the year.
It's going to blow it out to start the season.
Per Dave Mercer's words, okay?
Oh, okay. I believe that, absolutely. 4 p.m. Eastern Time when it's supposed to get going on Bassmaster.com. And we can't wait. Always get the great crowds in Palatka, very bass-savvy people come out, and they love their bass fishing. We love to start a season down here in this incredible, very special place. Been special for John Cruz Jr. for sure. 22 pounds.
Give it up to Chris Zaldane. Had a little trouble. Heard he hit a stump early. Had to get a little help from a rescue boat. Chris Zaldane unofficially in our top 10.
Rick Clun trying to defend. So many stories working here. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back on Bassmaster
Live.
The Power Pole Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is brought to you by Toyota, Abu Garcia, Berkeley, Humminbird, Mercury, and by Minn Kota.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing is back, and it's time for you to get in on the action. Sign up for free and pick your 5-man team to compete against your friends and thousands of bass fans from around the country. How will you stack up against the best? The grand prize winner will receive a 2019 Nitro Z18 boat with Mercury motor worth over $32,000. The 11 weekly winners will each receive a $2,500 Bass Pro Shops gift card and another $500 if you're a Bass member. Sign up and pick your team today at BassmasterFantasy.com.
Let's go. Wake the streets up. Wake the streets up. Come on.
Craig Morgan here to put a plastic drop-in bed liner head-to-head with our Line-X spray-on bed liner. Let's see which one comes out ahead. Let's face it, these drop-in bed liners look cheap. They're made of low-quality black plastic that's sure to fade, crack, or warp over time. Line-X, on the other hand, can be color-matched, is fade-resistant, and sprays seamlessly over your existing bed. It's guaranteed to perform for life. So drop the drop-in and Line-X it.
It's the Power Pole Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River, being brought to you live by Toyota.
Live, John Cruz of Virginia, former Elite Series champion from the other side of the country, about as far as you can get from here on the Cal Delta a few years back. Always a tough competitor. Fight hard this year, as he does every year. He's going to fight hard this week to stay on top of that leaderboard. He's got a good, comfortable lead right now over second place, Rick Clun.
We're live.
got some good service here. If you want to give everybody a little update on our day so far.
Well, the update, you know, it's I've had caught 7 fish, and that's most I've caught any one day so far. But it's really the bite has been over the last 2 hours or so, and I've been catching them on a variety of baits. It's one of those patterns that I don't like to fish. You know, the only area I've got a little bit. I'm fishing basically dollar pads, and you've got boat docks, and fish are coming off a little bit of everything. Sometimes out in the pad, sometimes off a dock, sometimes off tree falls. But water temperature's really gone up almost 10 degrees from what it was when I practiced in here. But I haven't been getting a lot of bites, but when I get one, it's a pretty good one usually. I don't have any monsters, but all 5 of the ones I've got are pretty good fish. I caught practice, I really thought I was going to catch some real big ones because I caught one over 10 on this, and then one over 6. And so I said the second day of practice, I'm going to do that all day, and never had a bite. And today so far, my first fish came on it, but the rest of them I've been kind of switching up between a spinnerbait, trickster spinnerbait, and a worm. So that's kind of just, again, this time of year, no 2 days are the same. Water temperature's changing, the heat. That's not good for my bait. It's got a big old, it's called a Hail Mary. It's got a big old fat body on it up front, like a lipless crankbait. But you bounce it off the boats and that big old fat body will bust on you. I'm still going to stick with it though, because like I said, my 2 biggest fish in practice came on it. That's what I need now, a couple more big ones.
Rick Clun caught all his keepers that he's got in the box now in 30 minutes from 10:30 this morning with a big one.
I really thought that was cool, listening to what he said about practice, to have that good first day of practice when temps were way down, and tried to go back out the next day and duplicate that and got 0 bites doing it. You just feel like one of these guys that are hunting, Cliff Prince, Bernie, Drew Benton, is going to fall on one of those giants. Yeah. The conditions are so prime for what they're doing.
Clun won his first Geico Bassmaster Classic in 1976.
You see, we got to see a lot of guys fishing canals, but in past and this morning. And when I was talking to Rick yesterday, I said, Rick, are you fishing in canals? Oh no, I don't do that. I said, what? Why? Oh, I don't want people coming out yelling at me. I don't enjoy being yelled at.
Well, gosh, we can take into some places where you don't have to be in a canal to get yelled at. wonder if Dave Mercer's got a thing for canals. Some funny
from
video.
From what I've seen, yes.
Yeah, some funny video out and about that. Dave Mercer will be hosting the weigh-in this afternoon. Get ready.
Steve Kennedy sighting right there.
Yeah.
Really just like most of the Florida events that you see down here this time of year, really those first 2 hours, and then you'll get that midday lull, and then it'll really turn on. The day wears on, that water heats up.
Someone who just jumped into the top 5 or tied in the top 5 is Brad Watley. Rookie Brad Watley, 7-pounder, puts him up there. He's got a couple fish between 1.5 to 3 pounds and a 7 to anchor the bag, 15 and change right now.
Man.
And Zaldane is the only one in our top 10 with only 4 fish.
Drew Benton's 5th fish did pop into Bass Track. He's now 10th place overall, 13 1/4 or so. Plenty of room to grow for him, though.
I think we've done pretty good today. I mean, we come in the first day of a tournament without seeing anything like we do at the Classic, and it's like, oh, what's going to happen?
Throwing darts.
Throwing darts up in the air, and lawn darts, as a matter of fact. And hey, we got a couple of guys in the top 10.
Worked out really good.
Doing good. Of course, tomorrow we'll be on the leaders of the tournament.
But you got a couple of guys in the top 10 that we have cameras on, especially with a lot of time to go. Ronnie, how many cameras will we have out tomorrow?
I believe it's 6 on
tomorrow?
day 1 and
Okay.
day 2, and then 10 on Saturday and Sunday.
Got it.
Then we've got bonus coverage with the Skype marshals and everything like that. So even though there's only 6, we probably have about 10 to 15.
Marshals have been on time today, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, they rarely are not. Well, run that down. What the cut numbers and for the days? Run that down for us, Ronnie.
So 75 is our new number for the full field. So 75 day 1, 75 day 2. We go to day 3 cut, and it's the top 35. So it's right there, right around the midway point of the field, and
Clun
in the
hooked
top
up.
10, Clun's hooked up.
Oh, gosh.
Wow.
I don't think it's going to help.
His smallest is a 2 1/4.
So yes, 75, 75, 35, and 10 on the final day.
Thank you. Such, where did Clun win his first Classic?
Guntersville.
There you go. We're going there this year.
About the same. I always remember something Larry Nixon used to tell
40
me. He
years
said,
ago,
you know,
Tommy.
don't waste a lot of time trying to get
40 years
ounces
ago.
when you
42 years ago. 43 years ago, excuse me. Yeah. Years obviously don't make much difference to Rick Clun. He's as sharp as ever.
Clun spewing some knowledge from Larry Nixon. Tommy Zona, we have a fan commented on Zona's post this morning. Hard to believe that you've been with Tommy Sanders for 15 years on the Bassmaster set. And he said it's like kind of like peanut butter and chocolate. I hadn't heard that one, but that's instead of peanut butter and jelly, it's like peanut butter and chocolate. He said.
Didn't they have some hits back in the 70s?
Bob Wheeler. He must be a big peanut butter or chocolate fan.
Yeah. Now I'm thinking of Peaches and Herb back in the day.
It's always been amazing to watch and listen to Clun in tournaments like this, that you know sight fishing is going down, and potentially huge bags could be caught doing that, and he just totally still to this day goes against it.
Just pushes it off the table.
It was awesome to see the last time we were here.
Yeah, exactly what happened.
Wasn't a bite. Felt like it, but it wasn't a bite. It just hit that lily pad stem just right and got heavy.
Canadian Corey Johnson just landed a 212 to tie Drew Benton for 10th with 13 1/4.
Kyle Monty joined a couple of years ago the Elite Series based on second place in points in the Bass Pro Shops Southern Opens. Another Floridian in the by way of the West Coast, formerly West Coast guy, Jesse Takaranti. We have located Jesse out on the water there. Jesse from around the Kissimmee area, and a Florida fishing practitioner for sure. Also an entrepreneur, big man in the industry too, big rod maker.
Yes, he is.
Jesse, how you doing, man?
And real. How you doing, guys?
Good. How's your day been going? What's been going on with you?
Well, I've caught, I think, 11 fish, and been nonstop. Now I'm just making a little change, trying to get something a little bigger. It's just hard to come by the big bite, and I know where there's bedding fish, but there's probably like 60 boats in there too. So it doesn't help me any. I don't want to go fight them. I want to find something that's all to myself.
Jesse, you fish a lot of the lakes throughout Florida. Kind of walk us through what you see transpiring as that cold front is going to approach tomorrow evening. This is going to be a total different playing field going into Saturday and Sunday. What adjustments do you think you'll have to make throughout this weekend?
Well, the pattern I've been fishing is pretty stable. I'm not going to go into all the details, but it'll just get better, actually. It's not going to get worse. But the guys that are fishing offshore, some of the shell bars, rattle traps that are cranking, their pattern might even get better. The situation that we're going to face is a 20-mile-an-hour wind that Lake George will just tear you up. Like depending on the direction of that wind Saturday, you might not be able to reach your fish, period. And that's going to change the game, for a lot of the guys that have been here. I'm on Lake George myself, but it's definitely going to change for sure.
Jesse, you've obviously spent a good amount of time on the St. Johns River. When that wind blows 20 miles an hour, I'm assuming you've got some places to run and hide from that and do a little fishing outside the influence of the wind, right?
Not really.
No.
So that fish down south, remember, I'm
long
not
question for a
north.
short answer. Yeah.
And so, yeah, I have a lot of canals located that I can go, in, but I don't know if that'll help the situation or not, like I said, I have a very good pattern going. It's solid, for 2 to 2.5, 3 pounders. You'll catch an occasional 5, which is enough to get you, hopefully, into Saturday, but I don't know, Saturday, we just have to take it one day at a time to get it. But with the cold front, like I said, the guys that are out on the shell are going to probably do better than the guys like myself that are fishing 2 foot of water.
Jesse, every time we come here, and you know a lot about the St. Johns River, every time we come here, we see a big bag, whether that's been in a warm front condition or we've seen it in some colder temps. Do you think throughout the weekend there's still going to be that potential of that 25 to 30 pound stringer?
Oh, in Florida, there's always that potential. It doesn't really matter what the weather does, If you get into the right areas, those females will still bite. They're on the bed. They're not going anywhere. But it's a little early. This water temperature, even right now, is only 62 degrees, 63 degrees, and it'll go right back down this evening. So the potential is there, always there. It's Florida, but so am I counting on it? You might see 1 or 2. It's not like you saw in the past when the guys were here in March, and there's big fish everywhere you look. It's a whole different animal right now. It really is.
Jesse, here on the St. Johns and over on Kissimmee where you live, I mean, how long does the spawn go on? How late in the spring can you continue to catch fish moving up to spawn?
Well, there's basically 2 spawns. Like right now in Toho, those guys up there that are fishing the tournament are going to be wrecking them. Big fish everywhere, or should be. You're talking 25, 30 pound stacks. Should be pretty regular there this coming week. And what happens is, they start in Okeechobee November, and like I've seen them, and I've personally caught fish off beds as late as May, and middle of May in Florida over there on Soho. in Kissimmee. So it'll go on quite a ways. And the biologists have explained to me that it's the same fish will spawn 2 and 3 times during those 3 and 4 months. So that's why it drags out. The water temperature stays within a certain range. The fish are always ready to spawn. So whenever it's in the 60s and 70s, the fish are ready, willing, and able to spawn. So it can go, like I said, it can go on until May. No problem at all.
Jesse, I know you've been anxious to get back out here after having some time off that wasn't planned for you, and we wish you the best of luck this season, man.
I appreciate it, guys. I know it's been a year off, and it's nice to have all the guys, rooting me on, even our fellow fishermen there. It just feels good to get out here and actually, catch a limit. I've pulled 4 times, and win, lose, or draw, man, you're fishing the elite.
There you go.
There's nothing better.
Good stuff. Thank you, Jesse. Jesse Tacaronte there, Florida. Fisherman? I think he's a Florida guy for the rest of his life now.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
11, 12 pounds, and see where that puts us. It's all about the big bite, and so far we have not had one. I need Zona to sing me a song.
Oh, it's way too early in the year for that, young man.
The golden pipes going there, Z-Train. Come on. Everybody would enjoy it.
Some interesting catches. Robbie Latuso, he's got average about 3 pounds. He caught another 3-pounder, and he's up into 3rd place. Seth Fighter caught a 3.5, and he's climbing into the top 15. Shane LaHue with the 5-pounder is in near the top 10. And amazingly, Rick Morris caught his first fish of the day, a 1-pounder.
Wow.
I would thought he'd be on a lot of people's fantasy teams.
That is huge for Seth. Seth had a brutal practice.
So I'm gonna go back to him and see if we kick a big one.
There's a lot of guys you got to get rid of 1-pounders. Seth included. He's got 2 of them.
All right. Well, we got plenty more to come. We're taking you all the way to, at least with Bassmaster Live, till about 3:30 Eastern Time this afternoon. Wade cranks up shortly thereafter, or maybe even concurrently. John Cruz on top, the young man from Virginia. The veteran out there, another veteran, Rick Clun, right behind. Robbie Latuso making a big move.
And if you look at a lot of those 15-pound bags right there, a lot of those guys are one big bite away from a guaranteed 20-pound stringer.
All right, we can't wait till weigh-in time, but I expect there's going to be some good action between now and then. We'll take a break. Come right back to Bassmaster
Live.
Live coverage of the Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River will return after this short break.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha V.A.S.S SHO. Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a V.A.S.S SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover V.A.S.S SHO and elevate your expectations.
Yeah, you care about gear ratios, inches per turn, and ball bearings. But most importantly, you want reliability and dependability in the equipment you use. And at Lew's, it is a requirement. Regardless of the price that fits your fishing style, Lew's doesn't cut corners when it comes to the gear they build. The new for 2019 Lose Speed Spool is evidence of that. Hey guys, Pro Angler Jason Christie. When I'm out competing, I want something that won't let me down. There's a lot of things that are important in a reel, but the most important to me is reliability and durability, and you're going to find that in the new Speed Spool LFS. The new Speed Spool LFS is loaded with all kinds of features. First of all, one-piece aluminum frame. That right there alone is going to set it apart from other $99 reels. Secondly, solid brass speed gears. Just like the Super Duty, that $99 reel is going to last for a long time. When you're cranking in that big fish, this reel is going to be solid and smooth, and all of that is thanks to the new P2 Super Pinion gear. This oversized gear is going to allow for smooth operation, cast after cast. This magnetic control system, which is externally adjustable, will allow a seasoned pro or a first timer to be able to pick up the reel off the deck and cast with ease. You can find all these features and more in the new Speed Spool LFS at only $99. The team at Lose is adamant on delivering quality, dependable gear at a price that fits your lifestyle. Whether you are a weekend angler or tournament pro, the new for 2019 upgraded Speed Spool LFS is the best $99 reel in the market. Go see for yourself.
Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing is back, and it's time for you to get in on the action. Sign up for free and pick your 5-man team to compete against your friends and thousands of Bass fans from around the country. How will you stack up against the best? The grand prize winner will receive a 2019 Nitro Z18 boat with Mercury motor worth over $32,000. The 11 weekly winners will each receive a $2,500 Bass Pro Shops gift card and another $500 if you're a Bass member. Sign up and pick your team today at BassmasterFantasy.com.
Blue Water by TH Marine. Offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Engineered and built to be rugged with waterproof and submersible options. Designed for easy installation, Blue Water is available in a variety of colors and styles. All backed by a limited lifetime warranty. Blue Water by TH Marine.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
Hey! Chuck Norris? Can you sign my Tacoma? I'll be glad to.
From the fist of a legend rises a new action star. A hero who's there to save the day and the night. So fearless, so rugged, he's tough as Chuck.
You replaced me with a truck?
Toyota, let's go places.
It's the Power Pole, Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River, being brought to you live by Toyota.
Good couple hours of fishing left to go here, and our coverage too. Live Bassmaster Live coverage on the St. John's River, first event of the year for the 2019 Bassmaster Elite Series. There's some of the anglers we've been with all day. We'll continue to stay with those guys. We got a couple of them in the top 10, including the defending champ, Rick Clun, having a fantastic day. And we're looking forward to spending the next couple of hours with you. Take you right up to weigh-in time at 3:30 Eastern time. Actually, the weigh-in first fish maybe about 4 o'clock this afternoon. So welcome back to the Toyota Bassmaster Studios. I think you guys have cooked up a little something for us maps-wise, right? Mark Zona, Ron Moore.
We're going to take a zoom in with Zona just to explain a little bit about the lay of the land that we do have here with Lake George, St. John's River.
Exactly right. And really, Ronnie, ever since the very first tournament that we've covered here at the St. John's River, Lake George is the primary player. And really the reason why it has a lot of spawning habitat. And predominantly, what's weird is the very first time that we came to Lake George, I was with Tommy Sanders, we were riding around, the predominant amount, if you minimize that just a little bit, this is no joke, the predominant amount of the field was on the east side. The very next time that we came back, the predominant amount of the field was on the west side. It just has a lot of hard bottom. Now, in years past, both sides of this lake were covered with eelgrass that would filter that dirty water out, which basically made the playing field a lot bigger when we went to Lake George. With no eelgrass, it's really condensed down to the area where you have the springs. You look at guys like Bernie Schultz, we've seen Corey Johnston, Drew Benton, all through the Silver Glen Springs run. That is where the water is clearest, where you really don't need that eelgrass. But minimize that one more time. If you look at this bottom end of Lake George, all the way down towards Dexter, a series of canals, the one big thing down here, the water warms faster. And the one thing I'm going to say about this, kind of watching how this day is transpiring, it feels like that calm before the storm. We had some fireworks early this morning, and a lot of times this time of year on Florida lakes, what will happen is, and we've seen this with Bass Track through the last few years, when we go to Florida events, it goes silent. It absolutely goes silent to where you're like, oh man, this is such a grinder. And the one thing that I'll go back to right now is when you hear guys like Bernie Schultz say, I'm seeing them paired up. I'm seeing them coming. It's almost like that calm before the storm.
Well, and like Jesse Tacarante said on our bonus coverage, he was not protected from the wind in any direction. If it sparked up, he was going to be toast. And a lot of these places, like you were saying, down in that Astor area, a lot of those back-end canals warm up quicker, really protected very well. And then we'll have to dive in a little bit later, maybe those shell bars, those different things we've seen other locals play. And that's what Jesse said as well. Some of those guys who have those shells, it brings those fish to that area for a reason. They're not going to just swim away from those shells.
Trying to figure out what's going to be the winning, the last man standing. What's he going to be doing? That's our Humminbird lay of the lake. Z and Ronnie cooking up a nice one for us there. We take you back out to another look from way above. Here at the St. John's River, all 300 miles of it. Again, we're only concerned with about 150 miles of it. Down there below Lake George now is where we find Drew Benton.
I got an injury report. Harvey Horn fell in the water this morning when he was setting the hook.
Oh my!
Hit a cypress stump. They thought he may have broken his leg as he fell in.
Oh my God!
He's okay now. He's got 4 fish. He says, "Forget it. I'm fishing."
What?
They still there?
His leg clipped a cypress knob. They thought he might have fractured it, but he said he didn't care. Nothing was going to stop him from fishing today. He's got 4 fish now, pulled up to 30.
I was going to say, I can give you one. I know that's there. It's probably 2 3/4. In that first canal. There's some daggum mondos up in the glen right now. There was only like 3 or 4. I think Kennedy had been in there all day and he only had 10 pounds. How big's that one? all those in juniper are gone. Yeah, I don't understand.
It's going to be really interesting to see what these shallow water guys do when we get to Saturday and Sunday. It'll be a way different ball game.
When the weather changes.
Yes.
Fishing conditions,
Yes.
you know, can just lop off right there. Jason Williamson getting himself right. The 4.5 pounder. He was just kind of falling down in the 30s. Now he's near the top 12. One nice big fish can make your day.
You can see where the nice one came for Drew Benton today, 9:05 a.m.
Woke everybody up.
Yeah, it did. It kind of got us rolling this morning. 6 pounds, 7 ounces. I'm ready for another one.
Breathing hard and panting and getting all excited, fired up.
He was fired up before they even left the boat dock there. They had a picture of him, and his eyes were about the size of saucers.
Brandon Lester still has his limit, but he's only near 9 pounds. Remember last time he had alerted his family, and he never does that he's on a big fish on the bed. He went out there and caught it on the fourth cast at 9.3. Mm-hmm. Started off leading that event, 2016.
Talked about it all morning, Zona, Tommy, about the lack of vegetation in the St. John. So if people are viewing and they're like, well, look at all those lily pads and look at that hyacinth mat, it's different. That's a canopy. That's not necessarily submergent vegetation, and that's what we're talking about is the eelgrass and hydrilla. Some of that stuff's been kind of plucked from the ground, and the roots never got to take with the high water.
Really what that eelgrass would do, it almost acted like a barrier on a lot of those sand flats. That's what it would.
Gave you something something to fish against.
Sure.
Right? Yeah. Hurricane Irma, you remember from 2 years ago, that wreaked all the damage down to Key West and on up. That tore up so much of the grass, and then they had the next year one from the Gulf side, one from the Atlantic side, 2 hurricanes. It just kept the water level up, and they lost a year of replenishment for that grass too. So hoping for better eelgrass situation next year.
A lot of those Tennessee River lakes, like Pickwick and lakes that maybe had some color to them, don't as much as they did in the past because the eelgrass has really filtered a lot of those lakes as well. We've seen that on Gunnersville some and Pickwick.
It's one of the things that surprises me that when we come here, if you really look at the first couple tournaments that we had here, Crescent was always a big player.
Oh, absolutely. Was one there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It was always a big, and it was usually a low number of fishermen in there, that would leave there with not a lot of bites, but there was a lot of quality that always came out of there. And really the last few times, we've seen very little impact, if any at all.
We had guys take advantage of little sort of dug canals off of Crescent and so forth. And now they've declared those little dug canals that at least empty into Lake George. They say, no, you can't go in there this year. That's a brick wall. You can't even cast in there.
Huh.
Hunter Shryock and Robbie Latusa are playing leapfrog. Shryock just caught a 2.5 pounder. He's jumped back to third place.
All I see in here is tilapia. It got me scratching my head. Anyway, I don't get it. Looked like a bass that just swam through there. Really? You can't see in there. It looks like somebody had just gone through there with a boat. Did you catch this one? What was it?
You can definitely tell listening to Drew Benton, little confused that there's not more up compared to what he saw on Tuesday. I mean, he said on Tuesday it was absolutely out of control how many big ones came up at the end of the day.
Brent's gonna take a ride here, check out another spot as we concentrate on Drew Benton right now. He's doing some high-speed looking here. Two and a half, 3 hours since he's caught his last keeper. It was a good one though, 3 pounds plus.
That's good for it.
Gosh.
Drew Benton's going to the Geico Bassmaster Classic here in less than a month's time. Let's talk to a classic champ.
Yes,
Shall we dial up a classic
yes,
champ
sir.
in the name of one Mr. Davey Height right now? Davey, now you promised us you're going to give us a report on Lake George. You may have just gone past and found something else interesting, right?
Well, I think it's easier to find a 9-pounder on the bed than there is to find service down here today. But I have been, I put in on the north end of Lake George and saw Rick Clun up there. Didn't have service right there with him, so I came down the lower end, went in a spring where Drew Benton was and a few other fishermen. And then I went to Astor. And then I'm back out here on the very southern end of Lake George. And it is incredible how dirty this water is in the main lake. All of those fishermen that are trying to sight fish are in those springs, and it looks very crowded. I don't know how good you can see that back in the studio, but those boats are all around one another, just going around and around. And I sure hope some fish move in there for those folks, because they are working on the ones that are in there. But the thing to remember about the guys that saw that wave of fish that moved up on Tuesday afternoon, they probably fished until 4, 5, 6 o'clock, at least that late. And when they say afternoon, I think that's probably what they were talking about. So we've still got several more hours of fishing time left. You can tell Drew Benton, just his demeanor. He saw a lot of fish up on Tuesday, and he's not been able to see them quite so well today. But I've still got faith that we're going to see some big fish before we go to weigh in.
Davey, if you can, for somebody at home they're just joining us here on the St. John's, and maybe they have not watched some of our past tournaments, kind of describe to them why we don't see many fishermen, except for Rick Clun the last time we were here, why we don't see many fishermen just fishing in Lake George and catching them.
Well, Zona, that's a good point. And it's just tough this time of year to catch them just fishing for them. And there's a few guys that have through the years, but if you research this tournament in this time of year, Lake George is where it normally goes down. And if you're not there while it's going down, then you're not going to have a very good finish. Clun was the exception the last time we were here. The conditions were a little different then, but it's just real tough. And even Clun, he's I would call him in the river a little more so than actually in Lake George, and I think John Cruz is kind of in that same general area. I would still consider them in the river and not technically in the lake. But it is absolutely incredible. One year, if you weren't on the east side of Lake George, you couldn't hardly make a check. The next year, if you weren't on the west side of Lake George, but those were huge, expansive flats of eelgrass, and the water was clean, and those fish were spawning around that eelgrass. And I put a trolling motor down and looked outside of those springs, just thinking, man, if you could just come out here where the crowd isn't, a few hundred yards outside these springs, and you just can't see very much at all unless you're actually in the mouth of those springs, and that makes it difficult on those guys. And it's not even, and not just our tournament fishermen. You've got locals in there. I mean, this is Florida, and it is a lot of people down here this time of year that are fishing for all different species, and that's just something you're going to have to deal with. But it looked like they were fishing in crowds when they were out on the lake, but they are certainly fishing in crowds in these spring areas.
Much more crowded this time around. We're watching Bernie Schultz right now, I spying one that's locked on the bed. Correct me if I'm wrong, Davey, but did you not catch a giant melon head off of a bed here in an Elite Series tournament?
I did. I was able to land a 10-pound, 2-ounce big female right at the mouth, not far from where Clun's at, real close to Lake George, not technically in Lake George, like my second pitch of the morning, and that certainly gets you going. Hey, how excited was Drew Benton this morning when he caught that 6-pounder? He told me that he was up all night last night. He was sick. Maybe he ate a bad piece of lettuce. I just think he was, dreaming about those 10, 11-pounders that he saw on Tuesday afternoon, and that maybe had him upset because he was certainly jacked up this morning. I remember being that way when I caught that 10-pounder.
Davey, speaking of Drew Benton, we've watched him really kind of motoring pretty fast, looking around, and it doesn't take him long to look at some of these fish he sees that have pulled up and say, no, not catchable, not catchable. What are the cues that you look for that tell you to let that fish to keep going?
Well, you always learn when you watch the best fishermen, and I learned something because when we first started coming down here in the Elite Series, just not all that long ago, 2011, 2012, you saw people just not even using the trolling motor, and I was one of them, pushing along with poles, trying to sneak up on these fish, so to speak. And Drew Benton's got a different tactic. He pushes and covers a lot of water with a trolling motor, and if those fish aren't locked, he spooks them, and he doesn't take the time. And I guess that's the best way to go, especially when you've seen so many fish like he has. If those fish aren't locked and you think it'll take you an hour or maybe 2 hours to try to catch that fish, move on and find one that's in a better mood.
All right, Davey, thank you so much. Glad you found some signal down there. Maybe we can get in touch with you one more time before we take it to weigh-in time. Some good info from Davey down there and talking about Drew Benton. I think we've got some a way to illustrate the places he has fished today. We've got some pictures to show you here and some representations of where upon. Yeah, here we go. Got some above views.
Exactly right. Really, if you looked at what Drew Benton's done all day long, he's lived in these dead-end canals, all the canal systems just south of Lake George. And one of the major reasons he said, and we talked about it when I was up with Ronnie, is he said, look, they're just warming up a lot faster. And we got to actually listen to hear to him talking to Drew Cook. He just passed him in one of those canals. Drew Cook had over 60 waypointed bedfish on Tuesday. But something obviously has changed a little bit. From there, we got to see Drew Benton get in areas of Lake George where that water got so gin clear. But we also noticed when Drew Benton went into Lake George, he found a lot more company.
Yeah.
An update on the Bass Track leaderboard. It looked like just a second ago, Derek Hudnall may have jumped from 10th place or so to 3rd with 16 and 16 or so.
Robbie Latuso and Brad Watley. Latuso with an 8-pounder, Watley with a 6.5, both jumped over 20 pounds.
Ooh, wow. Well, let's look at that Bass Track leaderboard. There's Hudnall represented as 6th place right there at this time. Robbie Latuso, yeah, man, the only one who's along with Brad Watley challenging John Cruz at this point right there. Rick Clun hanging in there tight. Hunter Schreck, your pick. Mark Zona, hey, hats off to you. We got a lot more shuffling around to go here. We'll be back with more Bassmaster Live.
Live coverage of the Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River will return after this short break.
Let's go. Wake the streets up.
Nice bed liner. Did you know you can spray Line-X on just about anything that needs protection?
More than just bed liners?
You got it. How about a park bench? A trailer? Van liner. Work truck. Motorcycle.
Wow. So what else can you do with that snappy finger trick?
It's pretty Line-X specific.
Oh. Do you have my keys?
Oh. Here you go.
Really?
Go beyond the bed liner and Line-X it.
For the bass that thinks it's a bulldog. For the walleye that thinks it's a freight train. For the tuna that thinks it's a torpedo. For the tarpon that thinks it's a tarpon. You need the mono that thinks it's a braid. Suffix Advance. New advanced mono with HMPE braid molecules for strength, abrasion resistance, and low stretch. Suffix Advance. The mono that thinks it's a braid.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
Bassmaster sweepstakes prizes are crazy good, and you'd be crazy not to enter. Enter now for your chance to win a fishing trip with Chris and Trade Zaldane on New York's amazing St. Lawrence River. Trip includes airfare, rental car, hotel, and $500 cash, plus a Skeeter ZX190 with Yamaha outboard, Humminbird electronics, and an incredible prize pack. There's a 100% chance you won't win if you don't enter. Go to Bassmaster.com and up the odds in your favor. It's fast and easy, and who knows, you could win.
It's the Power Pole, Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River, being brought to you live by Toyota.
Still plenty more fishing to come today on our presentation of Bassmaster Live, presented by Toyota. Here on the St. John's River, we got the weigh-in coming up this afternoon. 4 p.m. is the official time for that start. Right here on Bassmaster.com. Until then, we got Bassmaster Live for you, and we still got John Cruz on top of the leaderboard on the strength of a giant, which we'll see at weigh-in time. That'll be fun.
Exactly. John Cruz with a big bass about 2.5, 3 hours ago, and very curious to see how some of our late flight anglers do when they come to the weigh-in today.
Benton, I think, is actually one of those late flight anglers. I think he'll be going out early tomorrow. Maybe he'll get an inside track on some of those fish that he knows are in the areas that he's visiting during the course of the day. Watching Rick Clun closely all day long, really hanging in there, hanging tough, defending his title, man. He's... Look at that.
Couldn't tell if that was a fish or not. Because he just sat there, he didn't move.
Seven-pounder just helped Todd Otten tie for 10th. Up to 15 pounds.
From South Carolina. A veteran to be sure. Talk about Rick Clun and the fish he has caught. Eschewing, as they say, the bedfish approach here.
Really consistent quality, though, across the board. Granted, Rick Clun has not caught a ton of bass today, but really solid quality. And you could almost hear it listening to Clun a few minutes ago. I think he's a little surprised how many bites he's actually gotten so far today.
Said he has not gotten that many bites here in a good long while, including practice. So
I thought
it's
cool listening to Davey Height. So many tournaments that we've covered here, it seems like, and you kind of, he's not in Lake George, but he's very close to it, how every single time the Elite Series has come here, there's been a different region around that lake that has played, and right where Rick Clun is, the last time we're here, several top 20 finishes.
So Rick Clun hanging tough at 17 pounds and 4 ounces. That's approximate weight according to Bass Track. That recap from Rick Clun to a live Drew Benton.
Did we just see Keith Combs was in Crescent now?
I missed that. You're a sharper eye than I
thought I saw that on our map. That would mean he fished the river, went to Rodman, and then went to Crescent. That is a bunch behind the wheel.
Yeah, that's...
Which is what you said was bad earlier.
Yeah, what Rick Clun said was bad, yeah. Look at that map one more. Yep.
Wow.
I
Crescent
got
Lake.
him at the northern point up there, yeah.
Combs said yesterday when we talked to him, he was very, very worried coming into this tournament today. He said if his rotation was not spot on, things could get ugly.
He was doing something much similar to Cliff Prince's type approach, right? With the shell beds and so forth like that, yeah.
He's got 3 2-pounders and 2 1-pounders, so he's behind the 8 ball.
Yep.
We're getting some folks to that 14.5 to 16.5 range that we talked about, that it's hard to stay consistent here with similar size across the board, but from 5th place to 12th place, those 8 people are in that 14.5 to 16 range right now.
Which, looking at the previous winners here, or guys that have been in the top 5, that you can't go lower than that. It's, to win.
Well, like you were saying, there's a big discrepancy, the have and have-nots. When Clun pulled away, the number 12 guy was 22 pounds behind him.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like the 20, 20, 20, and your worst has to be 15, because if you get to 9 or 10, then you lose by a few pounds.
Look at Cliff Prince. We haven't seen him in a bit. Cliff Prince won 3rd place a couple of years ago back at Okeechobee.
And he kept the shallow deal honest today. After he fished the shell bars early, he gave his shallow stuff about 3 hours.
Normally we see the heaviest weights we'll see all week on day 1 of most Elite Series events, just because of pressure, because people catch their fish off their spot so they don't replenish as good. You think it's a little bit different this week, where we could see better weights? If we see 1 or 2 20-pound bags, maybe 3 or 4, that we see 10 tomorrow? Or
you have to say yes, just because, when did Clun caught his giant stringer on day 3 the last time we were here?
Of 110 anglers last time, Ronnie, there's 109 limits caught on day 1. Day 2 is like 13 less and 300 pounds less. And the one reason we didn't have 110 limits, Paul Mueller went home to see the birth of his first job.
That's right. That's right.
We averaged 3 pounds, 14 ounces of fish all 4 days last time, 2016.
Say that again?
3 pounds, 14 ounce average, whole field, all 4 days last time here.
Man.
Big fish.
Wow.
I think that's bigger than what we're looking at right now today. It may be changed by the time we get to weigh-in time.
I think we have several people down there on Bass Track that haven't reported or aren't reporting, or they're out of range.
Some will not be reporting
could
today,
be,
right?
Yes, we have
some
a
without
few
marshals.
people without marshals, and they won't have a Bass Track being entered.
Jesse Tacarati, whom we talked to earlier, in the top 20 now.
Last couple hours is going to be crucial. So y'all stay tuned. We'll catch up.
Prince joined the Elite Series back in 2012, that year. Back third event of that year. He went top 5 down on Toledo Bend, if you remember that. Followed that up with a top 10 at Upper Mississippi, La Crosse, Wisconsin. Talking about Keith Combs having moved over to Crescent Lake. We got some poor service, but we got this image from what just happened moments ago.
Solid fish for Combs right there.
Yeah. It's over on Crescent Lake to the east, the other side of Willaca.
We kind of counted it up as many straightaways as we could with the tape ruler there, tape measure, Tommy, and it seemed from the north end to the south end, it was roughly 150 miles of just straight down the middle of the St. Johns River and through the lakes, 150 miles, and that's, you double or 2.5 times that for the shoreline.
Sure, and you're not counting Crescent, you're not counting Rodman either, so, you got lots of ground to cover if you want to cover ground. Or water, I should say.
Must be a zoo on the west side of Lake George listening to Davy's report. If you think about how much room those guys had to play before, and it was still crowded in years past.
Oh, sure, yeah.
I mean, it must be...
It shrunk.
Right.
The fishable lake. Back over to Drew Benton live. Good keeper would probably perk him up a little bit. Left to right, that's your winner and 4th place finisher from the last time the Elite Series was here.
They're 4th and 13th now. Z got a question on Twitter from Hunter Massey asking,
I just saw its tail.
You got any idea why they're not using much in the way of prop baits? Bango, Devil Horse?
Have not seen hardly any of that today.
Right, that's what he's asking. Why not?
From what I've seen, we're on a bunch of guys that are truly sticking to what they said they were going to do today.
Drew Benton just said he saw one in there, saw a big tail momentarily, so.
They are acting funny. They'll sit over there off the side of it. I don't understand. I don't know if it's because the tide's high. Yeah, that'll cool one. Well flipped. Try to keep him off the carpet. I get rid of that one. Better than that last one, huh? No, not quite. I wish. But it gets rid of that one. No, that's maybe 2 3/4, 3.
No doubt a 2-pound call right there, though.
Yeah, it was a 1-1. He threw back.
Here, I'll show you one.
Oh, now we're showing out a little. Oh, yeah.
Oh, my.
Don't drop it.
Yeah. Yeah, first thing. Oh, really? She wants to get in the boat, huh? Well, there was 2 in there yesterday. Let's see if there's another one in there. Again, not yesterday, the last day of practice. But we're doing a lot better than we were. I just wish I could see. I just felt it bite. The hell is that damn gar? God almighty, what a gar.
It was a good one, too.
He got so lucky right there.
That was going to be a mess. That was going to be a mess.
Quick release.
I thought that was her. I just wish I knew if I was fishing for a ghost or if it's just sitting up there. If I catch them good enough, if I can catch 1 or 2 more good ones, we'll be good for today, I think. But I don't know what tomorrow holds. I mean, I can't see squat.
You seen Benton changing his sunglasses, going to a different lens here a second ago. Really having trouble seeing a lot of these beds.
We'll come back pitching there again.
Which says a lot because he's one of the best sight fishermen vision-wise.
Somebody could have caught one of them this morning or something.
There's prop bait right there.
I got a little story about Drew Benton.
All right.
2016 ICAST, this is his first season, and he was going against KVD in the Classic bracket, Niagara, remember? And I talked to him,
my
he said,
gosh, I do
have
remember
not
that.
met KVD yet. When they got together, we did a little showdown. KVD said, yeah, I know you, though. You picked off a couple of fish that I was heading for in this tournament.
Uh-oh. That was the first round, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah, that was the first round.
Yeah.
Boy, that was chaos.
That was. I sort of like that one.
1 versus 8.
How you doing? Oh, pretty good. Yes, sir. Got a limit. Just working on getting rid of about 2 more. Got to cull them out with a little bit better ones and we'll be in good shape. I got 1 pretty good one and 2 decent ones and then 2 small ones.
Before we run out of fishing time, which is in about 1 hour or so here, don't forget to punch up the live mix, see if that's something you like. That's a new feature we have on Bassmaster.com. Sticking with one angler, someone you're not currently seeing on our Bassmaster Live broadcast here, so you got some alternatives there.
Brandon Lester making an important 3.5-pound catch there. He's up to about 11.5. Back in the mix in top 20.
Come on, Clouds, go away. Just work with me.
Be lying if I said Brandon Lester wasn't on my fantasy team, Such.
He's on mine as well.
He actually
he led at day 1 here.
Well, not only his
pounds.
history here, his history and momentum over the last season.
A fish fry? These bass don't start biting. I'm going to have a fish fry for sure. Yeah, we had a fish fry the other night. It was good. Should have brought some of them for a snack today.
You know, Tommy, one thing that I truly miss about being down in Palatka at the event.
What's that?
There's just good food, good friends.
Absolutely, good people.
Good times.
Good Lord. You nailed it
Thank
right
you.
there.
I
Hey,
appreciate
speaking
it.
of good times, how about some good times as served up by one Cliff Prince right there in Palatka, Florida?
Oh man, I'm trying to cook up some food for these boys. We got some hungry fishermen.
It doesn't get any better than this. Great folks, and Cliff Prince is treating us to a fish fry.
We got cooking up some French fries, got some red snapper, got some gag grouper over there. We think to do it up right.
Just straight up tell me. I mean, I was a sandbagger for 23 years. You gonna win this tournament, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to.
This is good times, good friends.
That's right.
This is what we live for, right here.
Live coverage of the Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River will return after this short break.
Chuck Norris? Can you sign my Tacoma? I'll be glad to.
From the fist of a legend rises a new action star. A hero who's there to save the day and the night. So fearless, so rugged, he's tough as Chuck.
You replaced me with a truck?
Toyota, let's go places.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha V.M.A.X. SHO. Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a V.M.A.X. SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover V.M.A.X. SHO and elevate your
protecting. Because when protection matters most, Line Exit. Go to linex.com to find a store near you.
If you love bass fishing, then show your support by joining B.A.S.S today. With your membership, you'll receive every issue of Bassmaster magazine, plus great premiums, including a 4-lure starter kit. Click now on this video to join today.
The streets up.
Mother Nature is my playground. And when I hit the trail, I drive hard. And Mother Nature, she hits back even harder. Line-X protects my vehicle inside and out, guaranteed to withstand even the harshest of elements. I've learned that anything worth protecting is worth overprotecting. Because when protection matters most, I Line-X it. Visit linex.com today.
For the bass that thinks it's a bulldog. For the walleye that thinks it's a freight train. For the tuna that thinks it's a torpedo. For the tarpon that thinks it's a tarpon. You need the mono that thinks it's a braid. Suffix Advance. New advanced mono with HMPE braid molecules for strength, abrasion resistance, and low stretch. Suffix Advance. The mono that thinks it's a braid.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
Ever since you could remember, it's always been there. It's a resource that has guided you. From it all, you've learned, you've applied, and you've become a Bassmaster. Dream big. Develop your craft. Believe in yourself. And win on the biggest stage.
You can do it, buddy! He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen!
It's the Power Pole, Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River, being brought to you live by Toyota.
No. A little bit less than 1 hour's fishing time to come here on the St. John's River. Look at that gorgeous shot from up above Palatka, that bridge there that takes you over to the other side, over to the east side of the St. John's River. Take a look at our leaderboard right there, and it's John Cruz hanging in there with his 22 pounds. He posted that a good many hours back before 11 o'clock this morning. Robbie Latuso put himself in the picture. Brad Watley, Rick Clun, defending champion, hanging in there. Hunter Shryock, the Mark Zonapic to take it all this week?
You know what was interesting is before we went to break, seeing that fish fry with Cliff Prince.
Yeah.
Seeing a Davey Height and a Steve Bowman all creeping around.
Well, yeah.
A fellowship of Christian fish fry or something.
You know, it's all about the good times and good friends. Did you not hear what they were saying? It's about the good times and good friends. It's about Ronnie Moore. You know, it's about everything that we got here. Everything we got going. Social media, it's about that too. They probably got together that group via
joining the conversation.
Instagram or
we're
what
going to segue this together somehow, but
I'm going to unfriend Bowman and Davey by the end of the day.
Yeah, that's hate me eating gag grouper, not invite us.
We've had some fans interacting, joining the conversation, sending in some photos this afternoon. Maybe some food coming up that I'll show you guys in just a second. But a couple of our fans, I guess they're driving from one place to another, and he doesn't think it's maybe the safest move, but watching B.A.S. live on his GPS iPad there, able to. We don't condone that, not one bit.
No.
But he did not sleep at a Holiday
Don't mix
Inn.
it in with phone stuff either.
We have some viewers, Paul Ray, watching the live mix during break. When we were on break, we weren't live. The live mix was live, so he was checking that out. We've got an highly anticipated day of fishing for the Bassmaster community. Chris King Outdoors, loving the 3-box and all the big fish that we've seen today already.
Oh.
Here's one, shout out to you, Zona, Daddy Daycare in a Michigan snow day.
Oh, I thought that was Byron. Sorry.
Why do you?
No, it's a long story.
What now?
Rod Wynn says good morning in his office. He's got some Bassmaster tuned up there as well. Actually, Lake Gunnersville. I didn't know a lake could tweet, but someone from the lake tweeted. They were loving watching the techniques get broken down and not just always the fish catches. Fish catches are always a bonus. And here's you some food, Zona. Hunter Massey, pan-fried deer and noodles. Perfect lunch while watching B.A.S. live.
I
never thought about that.
I don't know that I've ever had that.
That sounds good.
Those are some of the social reactions. Join the conversation. Use hashtag BassLive. But we've got a couple of those big fish we mentioned. A couple of the movers and shakers. Patrick Walters putting his name into the top 10, top 15 there on day one so far. Brad Watley, one of our top 3 movers into the 20-pound club. One of his good ones. Robbie Latusa, we said he caught an 8+ pounder. There it is. Thing is about as long as his front deck. And then we had another one from Brad Watley come in.
Whoa.
And this was another one that put him over the 20-pound mark. I'm not sure if it upgraded him into the lead or not, but it came in just a minute ago. It might be a late email in, but another big one for Brad Watley.
More food picks.
All right,
Yes.
Brad Watley with the goose gossage mustache going there. That's looking really good. That's what put you right in there.
Yeah.
Speaking of
The
a guy
goose.
who's won here before, the last time it was won by Rick Clun. Let's take a look at some of the action with him out there on the water today, and there was plenty of it. Lots of keepers. In fact, he surprised himself with the number of keepers he brought in today.
Exactly right. Really, Rick Clun concentrating on a old school ribbon tail Texas rig worm, a lipless crankbait, a little bit of spinner bait in here and there, and I think we saw a bladed jig fish catch.
Maybe a spinnerbait as well. I don't know
exactly.
if you said that.
Yep, saw a spinnerbait. I believe right here might have been. Rick Clun has not caught a ton of keepers today, but definitely solid quality across the board.
Which he promised you we would have if he caught a limit.
Exactly right.
He knew the place he's in, he knows what it's capable of, and boy, he's good enough to catch it.
Really taking a look at Rick Clun. Rick Clun has fished the north side of Lake George almost the entire day, not doing any sight fishing. That is not Rick Clun's game. Won't do it, is not going to do it. Don't get me wrong, I think if he eye-spied a big old melon head, he'd stop. But Rick Clun, he's really concentrated on grass, docks, but the number one thing, if you listen to Clun, dollar pads. With the void of eelgrass, dollar pads mixing into his game plan, as they did the last time he won here. Boy, that gets a good look at the mix of that vegetation. And it's not been fast and furious. Just one here, one. Actually, this morning it was.
It was kind of fast and
Don't
furious.
listen to a thing
For
I'm
1
saying.
hour there, it was
It's the end of the
especially
broadcast, and I'm making no sense.
Other than that, though, it was
really
not.
not.
No. Wasn't.
Not that I have it all today anyway. So
you can get a good idea of the watercolor there as well from that shot. That was very instructive.
The other thing is, though, if you really watch Rick Clun today, so many of our anglers with a lot of crowds around them, Rick Clun's pretty much been all alone, and he said that would be a big key for him.
It certainly was the last time we were here, and he won it pretty much by himself. A little spot there in the corner. This is live with Cliff Prince.
Bird's diving. Love it.
Here's what happens. Matt Airy just had Bass Trek put in like 4 or 5 fish. He's got a 5-4 in there, and he's jumped up to 13th place. These guys get in range, and their cell signal.
Was he the last guy out this morning if Chris Zaldane was the first guy out?
I don't think that's how it worked, Dave.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't know.
That feels like
Random
a good
draw.
one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a good one. I think it'll help anyway.
Robbie Latusa with a 5-3 is taking the lead with 23 pounds even.
Man.
Man, that's a solid one. If that fish does not help, he's got
well more than what it says he's got for sure. More than 11.
Let's see.
While he calls, I'll mention that we have a couple guys in the 20-pound range, but we do not have a marshal with every single angler. So there are anglers out there that are sitting on 0 that are probably not 0 that could have possibly one of those bigger bags that we'll see it weigh in.
Yeah, that fish for sure helped right there. No doubt.
Definitely red. Yeah, feels good.
What size do you think that was?
2.5 probably.
2.5.
Yeah. There he is.
Oh.
It's a good one. Hooked in the back. Look at that. I don't know how that sucker was hooked, but he was hooked funky, wasn't he? Which one was it, orange or white? Let's check him with this one. Definitely that one. Red stays. Little fella.
How heavy was the last one?
Probably 2 1/4, probably.
2 1/4, okay.
Yeah.
Cliff Prince getting bit every single cast on his shell bar right now.
Making 1/2 pound culls to get rid of a couple 1.5 pounders for 2 pounders. Matt Airy's back at it, 4.5 pounder. He's up to 4th.
Wow.
With 17-12.
Awesome to watch, man.
Oh, yeah, that no help. Oh, shit.
I was wondering when he was going to retie. Oh, no, he didn't. He didn't break it. Okay, he just spit the bait. I thought he'd.
See how he just pumps that lipless. I believe that's what he's got.
don't think he's gonna help me either.
Might have got too far back in here. They don't have to swim all the way back in here to spawn.
Shanley Hughes putting a really good bag together. He just came across with another Marshall photo, and I mean, every one of his fish is 3 to 4 pounds at minimum.
That was a bed. I don't know if there's anything on it though.
Still getting bit off that shell bar.
What have we seen him catch, 6 or 7 here?
Absolutely.
Oof, a better one. One, yeah.
That's what we're looking for right there, son.
Man.
Be a good call right there. It's going to make the Palatka crowd a little happier here in about an hour's time for Cliff Prince.
No doubt that one right there is that's gonna give him another pound, probably pound and a half.
Should get him right
minimum.
Right up under the top 10. Yeah,
he's seen weed through so many fish right there.
Yeah, he was stuck on a year class
and that's what these guys are going to contend with all weekend with Cliff Prince. I mean, he said, look, I'm not going to run out of river spots to fish. He goes, that is not going to be the issue. Again, if you're just tuning in, he said, I just need to maintain to stay within reach days 1 and days 2 until the front hits.
All right, we'll keep our eye on Cliff Prince because he's on to something, obviously. Let's get back over here to Bernie Schultz. This was just moments ago.
Oh, shit. I got her in the back.
Bassmaster rules, if you're sight fishing for a bass, visibly sight fishing for one, they have to be hooked in the mouth or immediately released.
He bit it, and I set the hook, and it went in her back.
Bernie's been there for
We'll see how big she
2
is.
hours on the same spot.
Oh, of course it's going to be the best fish of the day. I mean, there's no way around that.
Come here.
For Bernie, anyway.
This is what kills you.
Oh
my.
Wow.
He said it was a 3 and a 6 paired up.
He's pretty spot on.
Oh dear.
That's what kills you.
Especially if you spend a lot of time on it.
So that was just a few minutes ago. You heard him say it, the little one bit it, the male bit it and spit it, and it got in the back of the big one.
How about Brandon Cobb, a 7 1/4? Wow. He's up to 18-1 in 4th place. We had some activity flurries here. Pipkins with a 4-pounder.
She bit it.
Wow.
There's.
Don't go in there, don't go in there, don't go in there.
That's a good one.
Great footage, man.
Really good.
Really cool footage.
There's one swimming through the bed behind it,
Yep.
following it. You see it?
Yep.
Stocky fish right there.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Is that the same fish or a different fish?
That's what I was
It
wondering.
looks the same.
Dude, it looks the
I don't
same.
know if it's not the same one.
Yeah, baby.
Wow.
Still going. We got to go.
Watch this call.
Good call. Good
Watch,
call right there.
watch this call.
Got that right,
Could
Ron.
be.
Wow.
When you spend that much time on
Yeah,
a
we
bed
got
fish,
to.
you're committed.
Clutch fish, though. I didn't think she ate it. I thought it was the same situation again.
That was cool.
But it was all the way in her throat, apparently, and then the hook got to, because I couldn't see the bait anymore.
No doubt.
When I set the hook,
Wrap it up.
I wasn't sure what happened, and then all of a sudden I saw the hook sticking out of the side of her mouth. Freaking awesome.
That was awesome.
10 pounds of bass, but you only get to keep 5. That's
all right.
Yes, you'll take it. You'll take it.
That was crazy to watch the other one paired up with it, following it out of the bed. That was crazy.
Very cool. Very cool.
Bernie Schultz. A lot of confidence in that place. He has hung out in that spot all day long. Or there, the precincts thereabout anyway. Weigh-in coming up 4 p.m. Eastern Time. Bassmaster Live on Bassmaster.com. Got about a half an hour of fishing, a little less than that left to show you.
It had about a 2-hour lull, but it seems like things have started to fire in the last 30.
Between Cliff Prince and Bernie Schultz, I think we got it fired up again, and the reports we're getting from around the lake means we're going to see some incredible stuff when it comes to weigh-in time. Dave Mercer will be there with that, but we'll be back with some more fishing after this.
The Power Pole Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is brought to you by Nitro Boats, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Triton Boats, Talon, and by Yamaha.
Let's go. Wake the streets up.
Craig Morgan here to put a plastic drop-in bed liner head-to-head with our Line-X spray-on bed liner. Let's see which one comes out ahead. Let's face it, these drop-in bed liners look cheap. They're made of low-quality black plastic that's sure to fade, crack, or warp over time. Line-X, on the other hand, can be color-matched, is fade-resistant, and sprayed seamlessly over your existing bed. It's guaranteed to perform for life. So drop the drop-in and Line-X it.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
It's the Power Pole Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River, being brought to you live by Toyota.
We are back. We got a little bit of action to report to you about. If you had stepped away for a minute, it is picked back up big time. Robbie Latuso now on top of John Cruz. John Cruz held that lead for about 4 hours today.
And we need to be very clear about this. There's a lot of our anglers that have not, some of the best sight fishermen in this field that have not registered yet on Bass Track.
Yeah, there's going to be some big surprises and some very good stuff. And this is something we just saw. Bernie Schultz had the little one, had the male, had the female right together. The male bit it, spit it, and it went in the back of the female. That's just
had to let this fish go, and literally 1 or 2 casts after, Bernie had to let that fish go. In Bassmaster rules, you have to visibly see them. They have to be hooked in the mouth.
If you're sight fishing.
If you're sight fishing. If 2 or 3 casts later, this happens right here, we cannot confirm or deny that this is the same fish.
It could well have been the same fish. We don't know.
He said there was 2 females up there. It really looks like the same fish.
Yeah.
Come on, baby. Yes.
Let's just say it was the same fish.
I want to say it was the same fish, man.
Let's just say that. That'd be fine. That's a way to wrap up your fishing day. Bernie Schultz, turn it into a good
grebe?
day. Oh, that's a grebe. That's a. Is that a Western grebe? No, I don't know what that is. Dave Mercer. There's Dave Mercer. Dave, you got the weigh-in getting ready to start there. I wanted to ask you, Dave, when people see you, first event of the year, what do they want from you? Do they want an order? They want a picture? They want an autograph? They want info? What do people come looking for when they talk to you?
Usually IOUs, to be honest. I mean, usually I find out, hey, I lent you $20 last season and you thought you got away with it. But a lot of those. But I had a giant lineup the other day of IOUs. But anyways, where I'm hanging out, guys, you guys know this area well. If you've never been to a live Bassmaster Elite Series event, maybe you haven't seen this, but this is our trough area, and we are less than an hour away from filling this area up, and all these troughs are fully oxygenated. We have Gene Gillen from Bass Conservation is here on staff, always checking the oxygen levels of those troughs as the anglers pass. 1, 2, 3, and then the final stop, obviously right before they go on stage, is right here. And then out there, everything becomes official. All the Bass Track numbers, we find out who's been fudging and who has been sandbagging on us this week.
Dave, real quick, if you some of the biggest bags that you've ever weighed in, that you've ever called the weight out at a Bassmaster Elite Series tournament, has been right here at the St. John's. What was kind of the pre-tournament vibe coming into today from what you gauged from the anglers you got to talk to?
It was pretty standard, and I opened up last night's meeting because a lot of new Elite Series pros here, and I calmed them down. I said, you're hearing it's tough out there because of the missing grass due to the storms and all that sort of stuff, and we'll talk about that tomorrow morning. We've got a really cool segment coming up. But I said, don't worry, because even when there was tons of grass here and we had 80 boats sitting in the middle of George, these guys said it sucked in pre-fish. I mean, you know how it is. It's a trade of professional angling, and it blows me away because, I mean, you think about it. You ever imagine going into, a pitcher's dugout before they pitch a game and them being like, they're going to knock the leather off of it today? They never say that. But in pro fishing, they're so scared to say it because there is that 4-letter word, luck, that comes into play at times.
Do you ever call guys out for that, though? I mean, you have a guy that's told you repeatedly how he's totally a loser on this lake, comes in with a big bag. Do you call him out on stage? Do you enforce a little bit there?
No, I just don't ask them anything before the tournament anymore. I think I kind of learned my lesson. When I talk to them at the pre-tournament meeting, it's very important. I rush there, I get there, I introduce the mayor, and then I hang out with the anglers. And when I'm hanging out with those anglers, I try to talk about anything but fishing because I know they're just going to lie. I mean, that's what they do. But this one was different, guys, to be honest. It is amazing the difference on this body of water. I haven't spent a ton of time out there, but just the water clarity alone, a lot less water clarity, and obviously that due to a lot less filtration happening in this system. So it's amazing how much this has changed this time. But as we saw today, they're going to catch them, and this may be one of those strange Florida tournaments where they catch them more as we go into it.
Dave, definitely a different Elite Series field this year. What are you looking forward, not just this event, but really what are you looking forward to most the entire season?
That's the weirdest thing because I started trying to think of things, at the beginning of season several years ago, and that's kind of the magic of the Elite Series. I really spent. Whoa! People are flying. I almost took out Ben. Sorry. If you look at the beginning of the Elite Series, I really took my time introducing myself to all the new guys this morning and everything because it's amazing to me what happens year after year on the Elite Series. We may have a bigger crop of rookies this year, but it happens year after year. You meet that guy, he's quiet, unassuming, and then 3 tournaments in, he becomes the next Seth Fighter, and he's got T-shirts and people chanting his name and stuff like that. So it's that's what I'm looking for, to see the transformation in some of these guys and watch them live out their dreams.
What's going to be the top weight today, Dave? What do you think? Because we got a lot of variables out there.
I don't think we'll see a 30-pound bag, but I think we'll see, something over 25, I would say.
All right. And a good chance, I think you've said this too, all of you, everyone said it's just as likely they'll catch more tomorrow. This is not a... This is just as likely to be an upgrade tomorrow. Now Saturday and Sunday is different story, but tomorrow it could be more.
Yeah, and I want to ask you guys a question, too, because that is one question I'm going to ask on stage, because watching the coverage today, it was really obvious that a lot of people were miffed with what they were finding. I mean, they may have still caught a good bag, but they were expecting things to be a lot easier. So I'm going to ask that question on stage, but I'd like to ask you guys, what would you like me to ask them?
More than anything, I want you to really take a deep dive with these Canadian kids, these Johnston brothers. Gussie. I mean, Dave, you must feel like you're at home having 3 Canadians.
He speaks their language.
Right? You've been alone for the better side of a decade.
I do have some abandonment issues, and it's nice to hang out with some Canadians that understand. But let me tell you about these 3 kids. I mean, I've known them all pretty much their whole life, and my job for almost a decade now here on the Elite Series has kind of been my savior, because I'm busy emceeing tournaments, so I don't have to get my head kicked in by these young kids in Canada. And really, they all dominated the circuits they fished in Canada, and obviously moved on to FLW and did really well there. Chris being the only Canadian to ever win a tour level event, but I'm going to make a prediction. He's not going to be the only one by the end of this season.
All right, Dave.
I agree with that.
Bold prediction.
As soon as we go to the St. Lawrence River, that will all change.
Dave Mercer fixing to crank it up just around the corner is that way, and coming up on Bassmaster.com. Back out live to Drew Benton. Let's take a look at tomorrow's weather. We talk about it possibly being even better tomorrow.
A lot like today.
Yeah, very much. Just a mirror image of today. Low of 53, about what it was last night. No wind to speak of, negligible wind, and high of 81 degrees. Partly cloudy. And Saturday we're going to see some changes. We're seeing some changes where we're situated right now as we've gone through the day, a drop of about 30 degrees.
I so want the TH Marine forecast for Saturday to be like today and tomorrow, but it's not going to be.
Well, no.
Northeast winds, and that is, in all honesty, a high of 66 degrees. That is exactly what Cliff Prince said he wanted.
Yep. This is definitely playing into his hand, and he has shown us that he can go to his river spots and catch them pretty much at will. Sunday a little bit more favorable, but still we got some wind to deal with on that. So I don't think Cliff Prince is out of the picture yet, not by any stretch of the imagination. That's your TH Marine Weather Watch for tomorrow and for Saturday and Sunday as well. Big part of the story here on the St. Johns River. It's a big part of the story leading up to this tournament. Again, we had cold weather, extended cold front.
Part of the story is, after that first giant, Drew Benton has not looked comfortable.
No, it looked like he's thinking, did I hallucinate all this a couple of days ago when I went through here? Because he just can't believe that they're not there.
Do you agree with that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
He's been through a couple of areas before our break that he was absolutely dumbfounded that he did not see what he thought he was going to. He made a comment, we're just going to go around the corner and catch a couple big ones right now.
Yeah.
And it did not transpire.
When he started out today, he was like, he couldn't see him. He said, I know where on the bank to cast for this one and where to bank on the cast of that for that one.
And after the first hour, you would have believed it.
Yeah.
Something drastically changed with what he had going.
Again, it could be swapped around tomorrow completely.
And that just shows how hard it is to put together a full day of sight fishing and it go perfect.
Sure.
Those amazing days people hope for, it's so hard.
Ronnie, it's been amazing to watch him today.
I don't know, very early today we rolled out something. It's our Rookie of the Year watch. Dick's Sporting Goods Rookie of the Year watch.
Yes.
And that includes us rolling out some picks for ROI this year. We'll start with Ronnie's picks. Take a look at that right there. And Ronnie, you want to explain this?
I'm feeling solid right now. I picked Greg DePalma. He's a New Jersey angler, but he's fished the opens for years. He's done great at grassy lakes, tidal lakes, clear lakes, rocky lakes.
Relation to Brian DePalma, who directed Scarface.
I did not know your reference when I saw the email, but
Louis DePalma,
Patrick Walters and Derek Hudnall also.
There's my picks. Of course, old guys. I talked about old guys. Randy Pearson from the West, good solid record out there. Ed Loughran, Patrick Walter. Ed Loughran, whose job descriptions include stockbroker and attorney at law. I mean, and bartender.
What's he doing here?
Okay, that's right. Yeah, what is he doing here?
I went with the Michigan kid, Garrett Paquette. Gary Klaus had to do that just because Gary fishes a lot of tournaments. And I went with Drew Cook for the simple fact that if you looked at what he did last year in the Opens, he fished both divisions of the Opens, had 2 top 20 finishes in the standings on both divisions. And I think a lot of the lakes set up pretty good for
Drew, a dominating guy in the Bass Nation stuff in Florida, where it's hard to do well in the Bass Nation. Cliff Prince just keeps ringing him up here.
One good one.
I think that's the first Scarface reference we've ever had on Bassmaster. I'm sorry.
And that's a shame, isn't it?
It is absolutely.
It really is a shame. Shame on us.
That was a 2-pounder.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So you're throwing anything under 2 now, or 2 and under?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think I'm probably 2 1/4 or better, probably. Yeah, right in
like
there.
Carl Jacobson in his boat.
It does. I noticed that before. Carl may be doing double duty here. I don't know.
Feel me hot.
My guesstimation, that's.
We do have anglers from 4 different countries on the Elite Series. We have, most of the field is American. We have the Canadians. We've got Yusuke Miyazaki from, I believe, Japan, and then Carl from Australia. Wow. And we have Jacopo Gagliele, easy for me to say, in the Classic from Italy.
In the Classic, yeah.
Oh, man.
First Italian to make it. How about our potential leader here, Robbie Latusa from Gonzales, Louisiana. He's fished 48 bass events. He's never cashed in Florida. He's never been above 100th place in Florida.
Wow. That's a stat.
Yeah.
Well, he was guaranteed a top 100 this week, Such, no matter what. But he is leading.
Well played.
So far.
Ron. Well played.
Crazy.
If I said potential leader, somebody off the board could come flying in here.
I had to grill you on that one.
Okay.
Cruz is still one I'm watching because he's got a 114 and a 14-ouncer in his bag, and if he catches
been out of range,
a 3-pounder, he'll be at 25 pounds almost. 24 pounds.
Clun's made his way back to our takeoff area, it looks like.
Probably going to fish. There's a couple broken and destroyed docks where it's just a bunch of pilings in the water, and that is where he caught one of his giants that anchored his 31. He stopped in there at the end of the day and caught one in 2016. People were checking in, and he was going down and lipping it, and I think Cliff Prince actually said he was going to swing in and fish that on the way, but when he saw Clun there, he just went straight to takeoff.
I'd say that too.
Want to hear a taste of the big fish we got today? Cruz with a 9.6 and 5.14. Card with the 8.8. This is all on Bass Track Unofficial. Latuso with an 8.0. Todd Otten with a 7.0. Brandon Cobb with a 7.4. Been some big fish caught.
Yeah, we saw one of them.
It's been a great day of fish catches, man. I mean, we really only had one downturn for about an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Drew Benton's going to be he's got almost a half an hour before he has to be in there. So But we saw a good one from him earlier today, too. I mean, that was the one that kick-started the show.
One big
We
fish.
saw earlier, but I don't really know how big he is. He's so spooky, he won't stay up there.
One big fish note is that Cliff Prince's 10-8 here from 2016 is the biggest fish since then. We had a 10-pounder, I believe, won the Toyota truck at Travis last year, but 10-8's still the biggest mark since the St. So if we can hit a double digit today, it'll be
sweet.
Awesome.
It is awesome.
It's awesome.
It's awesome. You want to know what awesome is?
Oh, what?
Have to do it. Get near the end of the day, Tommy Sanders.
Oh, yeah.
That's the Power Pole replay of the day so far.
Just talking about it. About 9 o'clock this morning.
It certainly was. Drew Benton kicking off our season, really, on Bassmaster Live. Caught about a 13-inch male off a bed and kind of blind sight cast in that area. Said he knew there was a bigger one there. Drew Benton, for the first time this season, you are the Power Pole replay.
Yes, got your big butt. Woo! That's what I'm talking about right there, baby.
Sorry.
That's how you start the 2019 Bassmaster Elite Series. Woo! Get fired up for that, baby.
Got everybody fired up. Drew Benton right there
Still
with that.
getting me fired up.
I know. It's remarkable.
Huge fish right there for Drew Benton earlier this morning. He was kind of tweaked out of his gourd for a few hours after.
It seemed awesome. Loads of giants in practice 2 days ago. Couldn't wait to get out there. Up, he's saying, "Be quiet. Hold on. Hold on."
Say that again, Such. Corey Johnston. I'm going to tell you, if one of those Canadian kids wins, Mercer will implode on the stage.
Will he take off? Will he take flight?
He'll sing the Canadian national anthem. He will.
Good. You got a beautiful singing voice, I heard.
Wish I could get a good look at him just to see if it's worth fishing for him or not.
Just tuning in. We'll be with all the leaders tomorrow, day 2 of competition.
Bass tracks to be believed. It will include Corey Johnston, Brad Watley.
I got a vibe the few of those guys that their bass track has not registered are going
I see.
to shake it up a bit.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll just catch him tomorrow. There you go. It's like a 2.5 pounder or something.
Out for a guy like Clark Wendley.
Let's go.
In a tournament like this.
We're going to crank it up same time we got going this morning, day 1. Day 2 will start it at 8:30 Eastern Time, 7:30 Central. Give you another 6 hours, good 6 hours of St. John's magic for sure. Got Rick Clun, who's right across from the takeoff here.
Gosh, we have done so many interviews right there through the years.
That's
right there.
That's right.
Successful day, y'all.
No doubt. No doubt about
Absolutely.
it.
Great first day of the season.
Huge thanks to everybody that joined us for the first day of the season here on Bassmaster.com.
And don't forget, we're going all 4 days, every event this year.
Is that right?
Absolutely. Every one, as far as you're concerned.
That is awesome.
If we change it up, we'll drop a note on you.
I love you, Tommy Sanders. So great to be back in the saddle.
Oh, yes, absolutely fantastic. Having you in here, Mark Zona. We'll be back tomorrow and all week long as we go through the changes that are on the way.
No doubt about it. And I think you want to tune in to the weigh-in today. I think personally, I know I'll always say this. Look at Bass Track, but there will be some big shifts on the stage with Mercer today.
You don't know what you're going to get on the first day of a tournament. I think we got very lucky today. We have had some magic moments to share with you. There'll be more tomorrow and more at the weigh-in. Do not forget to dial that up here in just a few minutes. We'll see you tomorrow.